Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you some live coverage of the situation in Iran. Iran today announced that the Strait of Hormuz, they say, is closed again due to what Israeli attacks on Hezbollah that they do not approve of, and also the U.S. failure to establish a ceasefire. So we are going to, hold on a second here. We are going to bring you live coverage here, and we're going to bring you the latest updates and take your comments on the air. You can write to me on X at Lookner on X. Going to be checking the chat as well. And also, negotiations are actually supposed to start again tomorrow between Iran and the U.S. So on the one hand, they say the strait is closed. On the other hand, Iranian negotiators are heading to Switzerland. Barack Ravid says that J.D. Vance is going to Switzerland to negotiate with them. So let's get you the latest updates here. A lot of fighting over the last couple days in southern Lebanon. 5 Israeli soldiers have been killed in 2 days in southern Lebanon. And reportedly, a number of people in Lebanon have been killed in southern Lebanon. All right, so we're going to get you some updates here. And thanks, by the way, to Shaf for the memberships. That's very nice of you, Shaf. Thank you. Our viewer Rick says it's a never-ending story. Thanks also, Sparky the Human, for the memberships. That's really nice of you, Sparky the Human. Thank you. Also, Trouble with the Trees, thanks for being a member. Perny says we are back with the closing. Sabra says the whole situation is an absolute farce. Now, I haven't heard that Iran has done anything yet to enforce the closing. I haven't heard about any attacks on ships or anything. That'll be interesting to see if they actually enforce it. Spicy Thai says, I knew it was going to happen again. Thanks, Mike Z, for watching. All right, so let's get you updated here. We're going to bring you the latest updates as things develop as well. So here is what the Revolutionary Guard announced. This was about 5 hours ago. That's from the Revolutionary Guard of Iran. Vessels should not approach the Strait of Hormuz. Public relations of the IRGC Navy. Due to the crimes of the Israeli regime in Lebanon and the violation of U.S. commitments to establish a ceasefire, the Strait of Hormuz is closed to all vessels. Remember, the Iran Memorandum of Understanding with the U.S. said that the fighting need to stop in Lebanon. What was the language of it? Should have it right here. Give me a second here. Hold on. Why does this not come up? Here it is. Okay, sorry. So remember, this is from Reuters here, but oh, give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds. So remember, the Memorandum of Understanding right at the start says Iran and the U.S. and their allies, by signing this memorandum, declare the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon. But Israel and Hezbollah continue fighting in Lebanon. So Iran, Revolutionary Guard, is saying they are not happy with this fighting. Due to the crimes of the Israeli regime in Lebanon and the violation of U.S. commitments to establish a ceasefire, the Strait of Hormuz is closed to all vessels. It is emphasized that the Strait of Hormuz is closed and vessels should not approach the Strait of Hormuz, otherwise that security will be at risk. Are they going to actually attack any ships in the Strait of Hormuz? We're going to look at marine traffic in a second. Hey, by the way, Louis R., that is really generous of you. Wow, really nice of Louis R. to support the channel and all of Louis R's support. Hey, Louis R., thank you so much. That's really kind of you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks to our member, Kevin Orange O Guy, who says, of course, Iran closed international waters. Thank you, Flower Cat, for the membership. Thank you, Stormy Dude 247. Thanks, Thomas P0419, for the memberships. Thomas gave 10 people memberships. Please thank Thomas or someone else if they gave you a membership or a gift subscription. I don't believe Trump has posted about this in particular. Where is my, give me 1 sec here. Yeah, I haven't seen anything by Trump on this. Yeah, this came out about 5 hours ago. So here are the 2 things that President Trump has posted on his Truth Social since 5 hours ago. I mean, not like reposted videos, but here are the 2 things on his Truth Social since 5 hours ago that he wrote. One of them, which was this is from about oops, if I can open this up here, right there, that's from 3 hours ago. Poll: which do you prefer, Democrat or Dumbocrat? In one case, you simply exchange the E for the U, so simple and precise. Many people don't know or assume that dumb ends in B. In the other case, you spell out DUMB, but it seems to lose some of the identity to Democrats when done this way. Which is better? Thank you for your attention to this very important matter. And then about an hour later, it looks like, it says 2 hours ago, he posted this. Poll: ICE has been abused by the fake news media at levels never seen before. They are great patriots who work hard and do a fantastic job in a very hostile environment. Much of this hostility is caused by the Democrats and the fake news. The concept I have had for quite some time, a strong feeling that the name of these patriots, ICE, should be changed to NICE, in that it will totally discombobulate crooked, dishonest, and unpatriotic reporters and journalists. For them to say we went to a nice facility today, as opposed to ICE, or NICE agents have deported a violent drug dealer, they won't be able to handle it. They will go totally crazy. All it means is adding an N national to ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, a much more prestigious name. Everyone loves it, but I have been told by the legendary Tom Homan that the agents do not love it as much as the other population. Who thinks we should add an N to change the name of ICE to NICE? Thank you for your attention to this matter. So those are the two True Social posts that are not just reposts of like memes or photos or videos that have come out since Iran announced, and since the Iran announcement I showed you. Now, I wanted to show you something else, too, from Iranian state media. Couple things. They posted this as well. This is from Mer News, which is Iranian state media. Why does this not work? Let's try this again. Okay. Serious warning from a senior Iranian official to the U.S. The time frame for an agreement is limited. A high-ranking Iranian security and political source. Oh, that's from Al Mayadeen. I don't want to show that. I don't like when they. I just want to. That's from Al Mayadeen. Well, Al Mayadeen. Well, I don't want to. I like quoting from them directly, because if it's coming from them direct, there's another post I want to show you. But I like if it's state media. If I don't care so much when they say somebody else reported this, but when they report it themselves, then there's a decent chance that what they're saying represents someone in the government, because it's state media. So there's another post I want to show you that they posted, but it wasn't what somebody else said. Here, hold on. I'm going to pull that up. I think that was in Tasneem. Where's Tasneem? There was a statement they made about the Strait of Hormuz. Here it is. I found it. Here it is. I got it. If you give me a second, I'll pull it up on the screen for you. Now, here is the statement from Tasneem State Media. Check this out. What will happen to the Memorandum of Understanding if Israel stays in the occupied territories of Lebanon? This is from Iranian state media. So I take it as representing the some view inside the government of Iran. Tasneem news agency says Israel's Channel 12 quoted a senior regime official as saying Netanyahu stressed that Israel will remain in the security zone inside Lebanon for as long as necessary. Yeah, that was reported today. Did Netanyahu actually say something about this? Let's see. Because I saw Manny Fabian of Times of Israel said something about that. Yes, Manny Fabian of Times of Israel said that, if I show you right here, you can't see it. You can't see it. Everything is all messed up. Manny Fabian, Times of Israel. Prime Minister Netanyahu stresses that Israel will remain in southern Lebanon for as long as necessary to defend its northern border, a senior official says in a statement sent to reporters by the Prime Minister's office. The official said that Netanyahu instructed the IDF to respond forcefully to any Hezbollah attack and to remove threats against our forces. Hezbollah is supported by Iran. In response to Hezbollah's attacks over the past 2 days, the IDF struck 300 terror targets in Lebanon and eliminated approximately 100 terrorists, the statement says. The official warns that if Hezbollah attacks us again, we will strike it forcefully once more. Okay, that being said, here is how Iran responded, Iran state media. What will happen if the Memorandum of Understanding, if Israel stays in the occupied territories of Lebanon? Tasnim news agency. Israel's Channel 12 quoted a senior regime official as saying that Netanyahu stressed that Israel will remain in the security zone inside Lebanon for as long as necessary. The first paragraph of the Memorandum of Understanding between the U.S. and Iranian presidents states that both the war on all fronts, including Lebanon, must stop and the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Lebanon must be guaranteed. Foreign Minister Arakchi and the head of the Iranian negotiating team, Ghalibaf, have announced that this clause also means Israel's withdrawal from Lebanese territory. Reason dictates the same thing. Because even if Israel stops its attacks, which it is not, its continued presence on Lebanese soil is a clear threat to the resistance, including Lebanon and Iran. What should be done about this situation? It is obvious that even if the remaining U.S. commitments, such as lifting the naval blockade and releasing Iranian assets, which have not been done yet, they say, and lifting the Iranian oil sanctions are fulfilled, the Strait of Hormuz should still not be open, they say. This is Iran state media. They say the strait shouldn't be opened, even if the U.S. does all these other things, if Israel has troops in Lebanon. Opening the Strait of Hormuz, even in exchange for merely lifting the naval blockade, is a strategic mistake and a violation of the Memorandum of Understanding. Therefore, until all the clauses listed in Article 13 of the Memorandum of Understanding, namely Article 1, end the wars and guarantee of Lebanon's sovereignty and territorial integrity, lifting the naval blockade, release of at least $12 billion in Iranian assets, and testing the implementation of the sanctions on Iranian oil are fully implemented. I think testing means seizing. That's what I think, probably bad translation. The Strait of Hormuz must remain closed. This condition is reasonable and part of the Memorandum of Understanding. So in this statement, this is Iranian state media. They say that the Strait of Hormuz should remain closed even if the U.S. does everything else it says it would in the Memorandum of Understanding, if Israeli troops are still in Lebanon. That's what it says. Even if the U.S. does everything it promised in the memorandum, lifts blockade, sanctions relief, releasing Iranian assets, etc., as long as Israeli forces remain in Lebanon. I mean, that's what it says. Again, even if the remaining U.S. commitments, such as lifting the blockade and releasing Iranian assets and lifting the Iranian oil sanctions, are fulfilled, the Strait of Hormuz should still not be opened as long as Israel is in Lebanon. So now I don't know if that's going to be their position. But that's quite something. Again, this is from Iranian state media. Well, let's take some comments from you guys. One of the viewers asked about if this is in the Memorandum of Understanding. No, what the Memorandum of Understanding is not specific about whether Israel needs to withdraw from Lebanon. This is what happens if you have a deal and doesn't specify everything. You can have disagreements over what it means. The Memorandum of Understanding says the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon, and also ensuring the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Lebanon. You can't see this. Again, it says the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including Lebanon, ensuring the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Lebanon. What does that mean? Does that mean Israel has to pull out of Lebanon? Depends on how you interpret it. Iranian state media says that Iran's leadership says that means Israel has to leave Lebanon. But it doesn't specify that in here. Fred Flintstone says Trump had no right dictating what Israel had to do. They weren't even part of the negotiation. Look, as Fred points out, a difficulty of this whole situation is that, as Fred says, Iran wasn't a party to this deal. They were not a signatory of this deal. As far as I'm aware, they weren't negotiating. Who knows what they were told? But at least as far as Iran thinks, well, the deal specifies this too. The deal talks about allies. The deal says stuff about what Israel needs to do, even though Israel did not sign the deal or was even a party to the deal, which creates a tension there. Penulta says, let's go round again. Let's go round again. Shah Pongal says Israel interprets the memorandum as so we can keep bombing, right? From what I've seen, some statements coming out of Israel implying that they look at this as a issue of self-defense. That's how they're framing it that I've seen. Yeah, right here. Here, look. This is from Manny Fabian Times of Israel. The Israeli military says it continues its operations in its declared security zone in southern Lebanon, including at a major Hezbollah tunnel system where dozens of operatives are holed up, but it has halted its fire elsewhere in the country. The IDF said it received instructions from the political leadership to cease fire following waves of airstrikes on Hezbollah overnight and this morning in response to attacks on troops. I mean, there was another ceasefire declared yesterday between Israel and Hezbollah, I guess. Well, the previous was yesterday's. I believe yesterday's was between Israel and Hezbollah. The previous ceasefires, I believe, have been between Israel and the Lebanese government, even though Hezbollah is not the Lebanese government. Anyways, but those ceasefires were supposed to apply to Hezbollah or be observed by Hezbollah. That being said, there was another ceasefire announced yesterday, but there was all this new fighting overnight. But you can see the Israeli military is saying, well, we launched these airstrikes on Hezbollah because they attacked our troops. The IDF says even though it has been told to cease fire, it will still work to demolish Hezbollah infrastructure within its security zone, including at the Ali Tahrir Ridge, as well as strike immediate threats beyond it. So Israel is, portraying these strikes as self-defense strikes. The IDF assesses that Hezbollah has a major strategic underground facility beneath the Ali Tahrir Ridge near Nabatea. According to the Israeli military, the underground site is the nerve center of Hezbollah's Badr regional division. According to the military, dozens of Hezbollah operatives remained holed up underground in the area, and fighting has taken place above and below ground in recent days. The Ali Tahrir Ridge was originally not included in the military security zone in southern Lebanon. On Thursday, the IDF published an updated map of the forward defense area, which now includes Ali Tahrir, along with the Majdal Zun area. Bad Panda says the memorandum is supposed to be vague. Maybe that's the way it got signed. Maybe that's the way they were able to agree, was to leave certain things unspecified. Oh, hold on a moment here. I just saw an interesting story. I have some news from Lloyd's List. This is very interesting. I just saw this. This is quite an interesting story from Lloyd's List. Hang on. I'm going to tell you this in a second. So, get this. Lloyd's List, which is a news outlet that reports on shipping, okay? They have a new report. Although I think this might have come out yesterday and I missed it. So new to me. They reported this yesterday, I believe. They say that Iran is imposing mandatory insurance. Iran is imposing mandatory insurance on ships transiting the Strait of Hormuz. And this insurance will be free for 60 days. But they are likely to start charging fees for this insurance after. They say, Lloyd's List says that they have seen a terms and conditions document from the Persian Gulf Strait Authority, which it's a body that Iran created recently to oversee the strait. So what it says is that that Iran now is requiring any ship transiting the Strait of Hormuz to get insurance from Iran. Now, the insurance is free right now, but it's free for the 60 days. Remember, the negotiation is supposed to go on for 60 days. So, oh no, hold on a second. It says, yes. Iran has confirmed that charges may be imposed for insurance once the 60-day negotiation window closes. And the document says the PGSA reserves the right to introduce insurance fees in the future. Owners will then be required to purchase and renew coverage accordingly. I just reposted that article on my X account. Then Lloyd's List also said that initial responses from a number of tanker owners said few believe the Iranian terms will provide a sustainable framework. It's madness. This whole situation is a mess, said one major tanker owner, with ships currently exiting the strait. I hadn't heard the thing about insurance before. So again, it's it sounds like possibly it's just a way for them to charge a toll, but not call it a toll. They had talked about maybe charging other charges. I had never heard this thing about insurance, but again, Lloyd's List, which is a well-known outlet that covers shipping. They just announced this yesterday. They said that according to a document that they have seen from the Iranian PGSA, well, they say that it says that Iran is insisting that ships have to sign up for insurance now. Now, this is another thing. It's not just that they have to get it after 60 days. It says any ship that's going through the Strait of Hormuz now needs to get insurance now from Iran. But the insurance is free for now. But after 60 days, it might not be free anymore. So what that's saying, when I read that, is you can't just go through the Strait of Hormuz now. You literally have to sign up for insurance with Iran, even if it's free for now, during the negotiations. And because if you're just going through the Strait of Hormuz and you haven't signed up for this insurance, well, they say you have to. It's mandatory insurance. What would the insurance cover? Let's see here. It just says mandatory. This article, it says mandatory Iranian insurance. I don't know that it says anything about what it supposedly covers in the article, but repeatedly talks about insurance. Very interesting. So it's not just that you have to maybe sign up for 60 days. You have to sign up for it now. You have to have this free insurance, but it's only guaranteed to be free for 60 days. Wow. Fred Neal says protection money just like the mob. Oh, President Trump just posted 3 minutes ago. Thanks. One of our viewers mentioned new post from President Trump. Hang on. We have a new post from President Trump. Guys, hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Here it is. Trump says there will be no tolls in the Strait of Hormuz for 60 days during the ceasefire period, and there will be no tolls after the 60-day period has expired unless they are imposed by and for the United States, should the deal not be completed, for services rendered as the guardian angel to the countries of the Middle East for purposes of both past, present, and future reimbursement of costs. So President Trump here is saying, Iran's not going to like this. He's saying there will be no tolls after the 60 days unless they are imposed for and by the U.S. in the case the deal is not completed. But, I mean, when he says, first of all, it doesn't say that in the Memorandum of Understanding. I don't believe it says that in the Memorandum of Understanding. The Memorandum of Understanding just talks about the 60 days. Now, so he's saying that if the deal is well, if you look at what it says, yeah, he's saying that any deal will make it so that the implication of this is that if there's a deal, there will be no tolls. Now, does that mean no tolls, but they can charge insurance? I don't know. But, I mean, he is saying there will be no tolls after 60 days. The only way there will be tolls after 60 days is if there's no deal. If you look at the Memorandum of Understanding, I don't believe it says there's no tolls after 60 days. It just talks about the 60-day negotiation period. I'd have to look through all this. Yeah, upon the signing of this, Iran will make its arrangements, using its best efforts for safe passage of commercial vessels with no charge for 60 days. With no charge for 60 days only. Yeah, I don't believe there's anything in here about what comes after the 60 days. The 60 days is supposed to be negotiated. I'm sorry, the after 60 days, what happens after 60 days is supposed to be negotiated. And then look, the Islamic Republic of Iran will conduct dialogue with the Sultanate of Oman to define the future administration and maritime services in the Strait of Hormuz in discussion with other Persian Gulf coastal states in line with the applicable international law and the sovereign rights of the coastal states of Strait of Hormuz. So I'm not aware of anything in here in the Memorandum of Understanding that says Iran cannot charge tolls after 60 days. Now, President Trump just announced that there will be no tolls after 60 days unless the U.S. charges them. By the way, this is relevant to what I was just telling you. Lloyd's List said yesterday that Iran is now requiring all ships to get insurance from Iran that go through the strait. And now the insurance is free for the first 60 days, for until 60 days from now. But they reserve the right to charge for the insurance. Ron Lolordo says Groundhog Day again. Again, I can't imagine that Iran's going to be happy with this, because Iran is going to say, well, you're just now, this wasn't anything we negotiated. Is Iran going to still show up for the negotiations tomorrow? The negotiations are supposed to restart tomorrow. By the way, Allison Fowler says, so is he saying our Navy is going to be there forever? Again, he says if there's no deal, then the U.S. could charge tolls for services rendered as the guardian angel to the countries of the Middle East for purposes of both past, present, and future reimbursement of U.S. costs. We might do a poll about Iran actually showing up tomorrow. Canna Biscuit says, no, I don't think Iran will show tomorrow. Lori Potter says, the art of the deal. Hey, a quick thank you to Jesus UCSB, who says, why are you falling for the market manipulation? There will be no deal. Back to war, sorry? Oh, you mean that you think that there's going to be just no deal at all? I mean, this though, I mean, this is not something I don't think that would settle the markets. Well, I don't know. Depends on how you read it, but I think markets could look at this and be like, oh, this seems to get in the way of the negotiations. I don't know, though. Who knows? But you might be talking about things more generally, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus UCSB, for your support. Thank you, Sharon Goslin, for your support. I really appreciate it. Sharon Goslin. Hold on. I have to thank some other people. I want to thank some other people. Sharon is in South Africa. Thank you, Fletch. Fletch says, if this isn't mafia tactics, I don't know what is. I don't know if Fletch, I think Fletch might be referring maybe to the story about Iran in making ships, the story that Iran is now making ships buy insurance for them if they want to go through the strait. Thanks, Least Trustworthy Weasel and Jeff Buddington and Lou1210, who says, this is the strangest ever ceasefire. Thanks, Perky Popcycle, who says, Trump can't open the strait. How will he keep Iran from collecting insurance fees? He failed again. Well, that was before. Now Perky said that before Trump posted this. Lynn Lehman said, I saw that VP Vance was saying something different than President Trump in this deal. Is there any truth to this? Hey, thank you, Lynn Lehman. I saw something about this in the news. If we have time, I'll go back. And it's this whole... Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head exactly what each of them said, and I saw some discussion online if they were saying different things. If we have time, we'll get into it. I don't know that we'll have time today to go back into that because of these new developments, but I'll put it on my possibly to-do list. Thank you so much, M. Linneman. Andrew Koski says Iran is charging insurance because it just wants ships to be safe. I approve. Thanks, Andrew Koski. Thanks, McLean33, who thinks the Iran mandatory insurance is nothing more than a shakedown, and that the Lebanon wording has caused a loophole in the memorandum since it doesn't specify. Thank you, Michelle Bailey, for your support. Ali C5031, our member, thank you. Kim K. Carter, our member, thank you. Perky Popcycle, thanks again. Alfie Spence, thanks for being a member. Kevin Orange Guy, thanks for being a member. Stormy Dude, thanks for your support. Flower Cat, thanks for the gift membership. And also Rich Hallquist on Twitch, thanks for your support. Timido1 on Twitch, thank you. Hash Browns TV, thanks for subscribing. Timbit Power, thanks for subscribing. S7 Dave, thanks for subscribing. Also, I need to thank our moderators. Thank you so much to our moderators who are here. We have Ruth is moderating on YouTube. Thank you so much, Ruth, for being there right now. Also, we have I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Thanks so much for moderating on Twitch. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. Thanks to our Facebook moderators as well. Thanks to Kristen McConnell Gates and Jennifer Ellers for subscribing on Facebook too. All right, so just to go over what's going on to the developments today. So earlier today, about 5-6 hours ago, maybe 6 hours ago or so, Iran said that they have closed the Strait of Hormuz again because they said because of what? Oh, by the way, on Fox News right now, the headline says they're talking to J.D. Vance, and it says Vance says Hormuz is still open and mine clearing underway. J.D. Vance is on Fox. Oh no, I'm sorry. He's not live on Fox. They're showing a clip of J.D. Vance on Fox, but the headline says Vance says Hormuz is open and mine clearing is underway. That was earlier today, I believe. I haven't seen the interview, though. I'm looking at Fox News. They say, yeah, they talked to J.D. Vance today. I didn't see the interview. I was just reading you the headline there. Anyways, we can try to get more about that. But let me just go over here. So about 6 hours ago, Iran said the Strait of Hormuz was closed. They said basically because they cited Israel's what they called crimes in Lebanon. There's been more fighting in Lebanon, Israel against Hezbollah the last couple days, and Iran says that the Strait of Hormuz. Iran says that they believe the Memorandum of Understanding requires that Israel get out of Lebanon. So they are very upset with Israel's fighting in Lebanon against Hezbollah, Iran supported Hezbollah, and they have closed the Strait of Hormuz. They said, I'm not aware that they've attacked any ships in the Strait of Hormuz or anything today to enforce the closure. President Trump, and also I mentioned to you, this had come out yesterday, but I just saw it today, that Lloyd's List is reporting that Iran is now requiring all ships going through the Strait of Hormuz to buy insurance from it. Technically, the insurance is free during the 60-day U.S.-Iran negotiation window, but it's requiring every ship to buy insurance from it, and saying that they could start charging for the insurance after the 60 days. That's another thing that's come up. There have been, speaking of the fighting, the intense fighting in Israel, in southern Lebanon, also some other parts of Lebanon too, but I believe the Bekaa Valley was attacked yesterday by Israel. Anyways, in the fighting there, you've had people dying on both sides. Israel has said that the last 2 days, I believe 5 soldiers have been killed and a number wounded. Israel claims that it killed, what did they say? They claimed they killed over around 100 terrorists in the last 2 days in Lebanon. I know Lebanese state media has been saying a number of people have been killed and injured in the Israeli strikes. So that's all going on. And then we just had about 16 minutes ago, President Trump, and also remember, these negotiations between the U.S. and Iran are supposed to start tomorrow. They're supposed to start up again tomorrow. Barak Ravid from Axios reported that J.D. Vance is supposed to be in Switzerland tomorrow to negotiate with the Iranians. And Iran state media said that their top negotiators, including Ghalibaf, the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, and Foreign Minister IRGC, are both going. So that's supposed to happen tomorrow. I don't know if that's still going to happen. I didn't even show you the thing. Yes. Where is the thing about the... I was trying to find you the thing in state media where they said that IRGC and Ghalibaf are both going to the negotiation. I don't know if these negotiations are going to end up happening, though. We'll have to see. I know I saw the announcement, though. Where was it? Here, right here. Right here. Iran state media. I have it right here. This is from Iran state media Fars. Who are the members of Iran's negotiating team in Switzerland? A source close to the negotiating team told Fars that Speaker Ghalibaf and Foreign Minister IRGC are present on the negotiating team's trip this afternoon. Okay? An hour ago, this morning, about 6 hours ago, the Foreign Ministry of Iran announced that the Iranian negotiating team will leave for Switzerland this evening to attend the Geneva talks. So, again, these big talks are supposed to start tomorrow. But President Trump just announced 19 minutes ago this. There will be no tolls in the Hormuz Strait for 60 days during the ceasefire period, and there will be no tolls after the 60-day period has expired, unless they're imposed by and for the United States of America, should the deal not be completed, for services rendered as the guardian angel to the countries of the Middle East for purposes of both past, present, and future reimbursement of costs. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The memorandum does not specify that Iran cannot charge tolls after the 60 days. I mean, that's something that they could negotiate. Iran has said repeatedly, again and again and again, that they have implied that they plan on charging some kind of fee. That's been implied for months by Iran. I'd have to go back and see the exact statements, but that has been implied to them by them, that this is something that they would do. Again, they have certainly said that they are going to be in control of the strait. So I don't know if they've ever specifically said, we're definitely charging tolls, but they have talked about charging fees. I remember, I'd have to go back and look at the quotes, but they have talked about charging some sort of fees. And as I mentioned to you, Lloyd's List is reporting that Iran is now making ships going through the strait buy mandatory insurance for it, which is free for the 60-day negotiating period, but they say that they could charge after that. So again, I think Iran would look at this and say, wait, you're already saying that you're already taking something off the table that we haven't agreed to. Max says it'll be maintenance fees. Now, again, I don't know how to... You could read this one way from President Trump and say, well, he's just saying no tolls. He'll be fine with maintenance fees or insurance. I mean, when I read this, the point of it, I mean, that would, to me, if given, I think if you're saying he doesn't mean this will apply to insurance or something, then it's really kind of a toothless comment. Then it doesn't really say much. If he's just talking about something that's called tolls rather than what is in effect tolls. So we should do a poll now. Now, Wolf thinks this is just a posture for domestic audience. Watch the real deal. Now, Troy Renee says, what? The Memorandum of Understanding mentions international law in surrounding countries. So look, I know what you're saying. You're saying in the Memorandum of Understanding, what does it say? It says, the Islamic Republic will conduct dialogue with Oman to define the future administration and maritime services in the Strait of Hormuz in discussion with other Persian Gulf coastal states in line with the applicable international law and the sovereign rights of the coastal states of the Strait of Hormuz. Now, I know what you're saying. You're saying, well, the U.S. might look at that and say, hey, that means no tolls. But it doesn't say no tolls. Again, it's just one of these things like the Lebanon language that doesn't specify stuff that can be interpreted different ways by either side. And maybe that's the only way they got the deal done, is to have this ambiguous stuff in there that leaves room for each side to determine as it wants, to interpret it as it wants. But it certainly does not explicitly say no tolls. Now, you might think this implies no tolls. It doesn't explicitly say that. Iran, I guarantee you, does not think it implies no tolls. So fair enough that there's something in there that the U.S. could interpret perhaps as implying no tolls. It's not explicit. And there's certainly enough in there for Iran to say no. This doesn't say there's tolls. It says that us and Oman ultimately get to decide what happens. All right, we're going to do a poll now, which is, will the negotiations actually start tomorrow? Start as planned tomorrow. All right, I'm posting this poll right now for you guys. One moment. These Days of War says positive thinking, guys. Mark P85 says same old, same old. Okay, so the poll is active. Let me show you thinking about the poll. Here is you thinking about the poll. No, did I show the whole graphic? I might have messed it up. Hold on. You get to see it twice. You're thinking extra hard today. Okay, now. Okay, so I asked you guys, I said, will the negotiations start as planned tomorrow? On YouTube, 74% of you think no, they will not start as planned tomorrow. On Facebook right now, it's 91% no. How about Twitch? Twitch is 85% no. Now, I don't believe Vice President Vance has left yet. He was supposed to leave 2 days ago, right? To go to Switzerland to negotiate, and then that got canceled. That got canceled. We're going to have to know soon. Kevin Mueller thinks it ain't happening. Scoobs, he canceled 2 days ago, not today. Donovan Skoberg says disruptions are now the norm. Mo thinks it's an obvious no. We're going to look at marine traffic in a second. We haven't even looked at marine traffic, the details on what's happening in the Strait today, the last few hours. All right, thanks for voting in our poll. Who knows, maybe we'll hear something more about the negotiations while we're on the air. I got to remember to end the poll. Where is this here? Where is this here? There we go. Facebook ended up being 87% no. All right, we're bringing you the latest updates. Here's what we're going to do is we are bringing you the... thank you, by the way, Carrie Poteet, for the memberships. Carrie gave 20 people memberships. That's so nice of you, Carrie. I really appreciate that. Make sure you thank Carrie or somebody else if they give you a membership. Well, I think we're going to look at marine traffic right now. Thanks, Carrie. Also, thanks to Crawdad, who says, you need Monty Hall. Let's make a deal. Thanks, Project Pluto, who says, after the 60 days, if a ship doesn't pay the insurance fee, does Iran fire on them? If it's true that Iran is requiring insurance, I don't know what they will do if ships don't buy the insurance. According to Lloyd's List, it says that Iran says the PGSA body of Iran said it could enforce penalties, revoke passage permissions, or take further legal action for non-compliance. Thanks, John McTavish. I appreciate that, John, from the UK. I would love to visit the Middle East at some point. I've never been there. I would love to go at some point. All right, now let's check. I'll also let you know if we hear reaction from Iran about Trump's post about there will be no tolls after the 60 days. Hey, by the way, a quick update from Hezbollah. Quick update from Hezbollah. When was this posted by them? Was it earlier? I hadn't seen it. Hezbollah also posted like drone videos today of it attacking Israeli vehicles. They posted it on their social media. They have these drones with cameras on them. Here, so this was just posted by, who posted this? Erna? Where'd it go? Where'd the Hezbollah stay? Is it Isna? Here. Iranian outlet Isna said that Hezbollah says Israel's claim about encircling Hezbollah resistance forces in Ali al-Tahrir Heights is false. Hezbollah denied the Israeli regime claims that it has surrounded Hezbollah resistance forces in the Ali Tahrir Heights near Nabatea. Yes, I'll have to keep an eye to see if we get any kind of response from Iran to Trump's Truth Social post. I do see different Iranian media, state media outlets have reposted Trump's True Social post, but I've yet to see a response from Iran to that. Oh, let's look at marine traffic. Okay, so given that Iran about 6 hours ago said the Strait of Hormuz is closed, let's look about at the last 6 hours or so of the Strait of Hormuz from marine traffic, from shipping analytics, ship tracking and marine analytics provider marinetraffic.com. So we'll do playback. I'm going to do the last 6 hours. This is the last 6 hours. Oh no, I'm sorry, I did it wrong. I did it wrong. Hold on. This is the last 6 hours. That's the last 6 hours. Now, I am seeing some ships going through, not that many. Now, well, there's some. Now, but the thing is, I'll say this. There's not that many that went through the last 6 hours, but at the same time, it's possible that a number of those ships had permission from Iran. So, I don't know if there's like, I'm going to go back and make it 12 hours. Also, I feel like it's sometimes just more of them go through at a certain time of day. But I certainly don't see in the last 6 hours evidence of huge amount of ships going through. So this is the last 12 hours. So it's in theory supposed to be open now, like anyone can just go through. In theory. There haven't been, I mean, it's certainly not back to normal. Well, at least in terms of, you do see some ships going through. So that's 12 hours. We just saw 12 hours worth. And again, I'll go back to the last, they announced about 6 hours ago that the strait was closed again. So this is the last 6 hours. Red is tankers, green is cargo ships. Yeah, so I mean there is some ship movement, at least ships that have their tracking on, but it's not, we haven't seen a ton of movement the last 6 hours. Patrick J says, wasting your time trying to figure out how this mess will be resolved. Now, CENTCOM posted after the Iran announced that they had closed the strait again. CENTCOM said it was open. Well, when was it? The Iran announcement that the strait was closed that I showed you was at what time? Make sure here. I thought it was around 10 Eastern time. Yes, at 10 Eastern time. Here, look. Oops, we have that guy again. Here, look. So 10 Eastern time, Iran announced IRGC Navy vessels should not approach the Strait of Hormuz due to the crimes of Israel in Lebanon and the violation of U.S. commitments to establish a ceasefire. The Strait of Hormuz is closed to all vessels. It is emphasized that the Strait of Hormuz is closed and vessels should not approach the Strait of Hormuz, otherwise their security will be at risk. That was at 10 Eastern time. And then about 25 minutes after that, look, this was 10:28 Eastern time. Let me show you this. Commercial vessels flow through open Strait of Hormuz, said CENTCOM. Commercial ship traffic in the Strait of Hormuz increased June 20th as U.S. forces continued operating in the general area to support freedom of navigation. Safe passage through the international waterway remained intact today as 55 merchant ships transited. That's a lot. I mean, I think before the war it was like 130 a day, moving large amounts of cargo and more than 117 million barrels of oil to global markets. The Joint Maritime Information Center issued an advisory this week affirming safe passage for all vessels along a designated route that is free of arbitrary requirement claims or impediments. Details for the safe passage can be found here. U.S. forces remain vigilant and present to ensure all aspects of the agreement with Iran are adhered to, obeyed, and enforced in full force and effect. Yes, as Frosty Dog says, oil futures do not open up until Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Master MLG says, I call this war of confusion. David Joe Klotz thinks CENTCOM is talking nonsense. So again, I don't know if, I'm going to show you this thing in a second. I don't know if Iran is enforcing their announced closure of the Strait of Hormuz. That'll be interesting to see. Give me one sec here. Here is this hold on. Here is this from the Joint Maritime Information Center, which are they under the UK Navy? It was as JMIC was established in February 2024 to share accurate and timely information with interested stakeholders relating to the Houthi attacks on merchant vessels. That was originally why it was established. Oh, Combined Maritime Forces is a 47-nation naval partnership. That's who issues this. Combined Maritime Forces is a multinational naval partnership, including the U.S., by the way. It's an international naval coalition led by the U.S. that patrols more than 2.5 million square miles of international waters. Combined Maritime Forces. Anyways, JMIC was, I believe, started by them. Let me just confirm this. The JMIC was established. Hold on, now I'm confused. Yeah, the JMIC is, I'm just trying to get you the exact, I know this is technical here. Yeah, that's run by the Combined Maritime Forces, the JMIC. Okay, so they said back 2 days ago, they said Strait of Hormuz open, the JMIC. The maritime security threat level for the Strait of Hormuz, they said 2 days ago, has been reduced to moderate following the announced intentions by both the U.S. and Iran for the opening of the waterway. This was 2 days ago. However, mariners should be advised of the existence of mines and expect naval presence as clearance operations continue. Mariners should also expect congestion through transit routes and potential VHF hailing from naval forces to support free flow. Now, this was 2 days ago. They said it was open and the blockade operations have ceased. Earlier today, Iran said it's closed again. They said active mine clearance operations are ongoing. Latest charts of likely mined areas are available on request and will be updated shortly. The southern transit route along Omani territorial, is TTW territorial waters? TTW territorial waters has been confirmed clear of mines and is the recommended route. That's on the southern side of the strait. Then it says transits along a corridor with the following waypoints have been proven safe. See if I can get a map of that for you. This sounds like a job for AI. Make me a map of those of these coordinates. Make me a map of this route. Oh, okay. Here is a map. According to Gemini AI, it made me a map with those. So the announcement I just mentioned to you uh, from the U.S. and other naval coalition said that this route has the southern route that goes right around. Remember, Iran's up here. The southern route is here. It said a route going through these points has been, what did they say? Transits along a corridor with the following waypoints have proven safe. So they want ships to go, basically as far away from Iran as possible. So but again, that was 2 days ago when they said the strait was open. Iran says it's closed now. But I have yet to hear any kind of reporting that any ship has been attacked or anything like that. Hang on a moment here. Yeah, I've seen somebody just claimed in the chat that Axios was reporting Vance has postponed his trip. I don't know if you're looking at an Axios report from 2 days ago. I have seen nothing today. I've seen nothing today reporting that Vance has postponed today. He postponed 2 days ago. But I haven't seen anything about the trip being postponed today. That would be a new report. I haven't seen it. Barack Ravid doesn't say anything about it that I've seen. I haven't seen that anywhere. I think somebody's looking at something from 2 days ago. I'll let you know. I don't see it anywhere. Yeah, was it? Bill Witt said CBS said Witkoff was on the way. Yeah, I saw some reports. Was it yesterday that Witkoff was going? I have to look. But reportedly Vance is going. Yeah, so like Elena Treen of CNN said that VP Vance is expected to travel to Switzerland today. Witkoff and Kushner are already there, CNN reported. Ah, our viewer says you're right. It was written on the 18th. Roger, if Roger was the original person who said that report. You can see here from the Washington Post article today, Iran says it is closing Strait of Hormuz, testing fragile agreement with the U.S. Stranded vessels had cautiously begun to transit the Strait of Hormuz after a preliminary agreement between the U.S. and Iran in which the countries agreed to lift all restrictions on movement through the strategic maritime corridor. U.S. Central Command, I showed you this, said movement continued through Saturday, saying 55 merchant ships and 17 million barrels of oil passed through, and denying the strait was closed. A core element of the ceasefire calls for an end to hostilities by Israel against Lebanon, requiring the Trump administration to press Israel to halt its attacks on Iran's proxy Hezbollah. The Washington Post says U.S. intelligence agencies have warned the Trump administration that Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu is likely to remain intent on continuing military operations in Lebanon, a posture that would undermine President Trump's effort to reach a more permanent peace deal with Iran. Around the same time as Iran's announcement that the strait was closed again, Vice President Vance told Fox and Friends on Saturday morning that the straits are now open. A U.S. Central Command spokesman also later denied that the strait was closed. Iran does not control the Strait of Hormuz, Navy Captain Tim Hawkins said. Traffic continues to flow, and U.S. forces are monitoring the situation to ensure this remains the case. The latest development in the strait follows a days-long back and forth over whether and when mediated peace talks would continue in Switzerland after appearances from high-level officials, including Vance, have been postponed. But again, J.D. Vance is supposed to be heading there to be there tomorrow, heading there today, but I don't believe he's left yet. Pakistan, the mediator in peace negotiations, confirmed today that more talks were planned for Sunday in Switzerland. Vance told Fox and Friends it was possible he would join talks in Switzerland as soon as tomorrow. Iran negotiators Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner were already on the ground talking with lower-level officials, he said. Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson Esmail Bakay confirmed that Iran's negotiating team will head to Switzerland to follow up on implementation of the agreement, according to Iranian state media. But I believe that confirmation was made before Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz. So as I mentioned, Israel has reported, I believe, 5 troops killed in southern Lebanon in the last 2 days. Lebanon's Ministry of Public Health's Emergency Health Operations Center said Israeli airstrikes on Friday resulted in a final total of 83 dead and 141 wounded. J.D. Vance has complained in recent days that every time the U.S. and Iran got close to an agreement, Israel would launch another attack on Lebanon. One of our viewers just said in the chat that just claimed in the chat that Vance rushed to the White House for an emergency situation, which I've seen no report of. But a reminder, President Trump is not at the White House now. President Trump is at Camp David this weekend. That's where President Trump is. He is at Camp David. He is not at the White House. People just making these claims in the chat with no sourcing. Damien WNZ says, what minute gate open, next minute closed, next minute gate closed, what a mess. Lee Arsenault says, have you all seen how many times Hezbollah has attacked Israel since the agreement was signed? Yeah, we were talking about this earlier, that in the last couple days, there have been reported Hezbollah attacks on Israeli soldiers. As I mentioned, Israel said 5 of its soldiers were killed in the last 2 days and a number injured. And there's been numerous, I think Israel said it launched, over 300 airstrikes in Lebanon in the last 2 days on Hezbollah targets. Yes, a statement from the Prime Minister's office, according to Manny Fabian, said the IDF struck 300 terror targets of Hezbollah in Lebanon and eliminated approximately 100 terrorists in the last 2 days. Just today, Israel announced, here, look, this is from Manny Fabian with Times of Israel. An IDF soldier was killed and 13 others were injured in an overnight Hezbollah attack on troops in southern Lebanon, the Israeli military announces. The slain soldier was Sergeant First Class Nir Ben Ari. According to a military probe, at around 1:30 a.m., a barrage of rockets and an explosive drone struck a military position in the Nabatea area village of Kfar Tebnit. The projectiles killed Ben Ari and wounded 13 other troops, including 2 in serious condition, 1 moderately and 10 lightly hurt. The troops were taken to a hospital and their families were notified, the army adds. Following the deadly attack, the IDF carried out strikes on Hezbollah infrastructure in the Nabatea area. Yeah, so waiting to hear if Iran enforces its new closure of the Strait of Hormuz, waiting to hear if the talks tomorrow are still on. I haven't heard they're off yet. It is 11:43 p.m. Iran time right now, by the way. You can see the clock right there, 11:43. Is there going to be more fighting overnight in Lebanon? That's something else waiting to hear about. Al Jazeera says the Pakistani Prime Minister's office says that the Prime Minister of Pakistan and the army chief will participate in talks between Washington and Tehran tomorrow in Switzerland. One of our viewers claims stomping grounds that the Iranian delegation arrived in Zurich a short time ago. That's what one of our viewers claims. Here, it says the top tracked plane, on Flight Radar 24. Iran 03 is the, this is an Iranian plane that landed in Zurich 2 minutes ago, I guess. See, it says Mirage Airlines, Tehran to Zurich, Iranian plane. I'm not positive that's the plane that's carrying, for example, the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament. Maybe it is. Mirage operates for the government of Iran, according to Wikipedia. Although Radio Free Europe had an article where they said that Mirage Airlines, does it even say in there? No, it doesn't actually say. I'm a little confused. Well, on Wikipedia it says Mirage operates for the government of Iran. Anyways, I'm not sure. I'm not going to worry about it right now. Oops, the flight isn't there anymore. Thanks, Stomping Grounds, for mentioning that. Okay. All right, here's what we're going to do. So we have a lot to keep an eye on right now and update you on. We're going to take more comments from you and see how things develop. Really quick, this is a sponsored broadcast. So a really quick right now word from me about our sponsor, Rumble Wallet. And right after this, we'll get back with more updates, more of your comments, and the latest on the Iran war. If you've ever been curious about buying and investing in crypto, like Bitcoin and stablecoins like USAT, but felt like it was too complicated, Rumble Wallet is an easy way to get started. You can buy, sell, and manage your cryptocurrencies all in one place, and the app is super straightforward. What really makes Rumble Wallet unique is you can use it to tip your favorite creators with crypto, as long as they have Rumble Wallet too. Getting started is simple. Just download the Rumble Wallet app, sign up or use your existing Rumble Wallet account, complete a few security steps, and you're set up in minutes. You can start with just a few dollars, and with MoonPay built into Rumble Wallet, you can easily buy crypto using your credit card, debit card, or bank wire. So if you've been thinking about the advantages of crypto, download Rumble Wallet now by scanning this QR code or by clicking the link in the show description. Rumble Wallet is a technology provider only and not a custodial service. See terms at wallet.rumble.com. All right, we are back with the latest on the Iran war. Will we, again, we did a poll a short while ago, and the majority of you thought that the negotiations would end up not happening tomorrow. We've had Iran announcing today that it has closed the Strait of Hormuz again, although the U.S. says it's still open. I don't know what's going on with that. We had President Trump a short time ago announcing on his Truth Social that there will be no tolls, that are basically that Iran will never charge tolls in the Strait of Hormuz. He said there will be no tolls for 60 days during the ceasefire period. Well, that's what the Memorandum of Understanding said. But he also said there will be no tolls after the 60 days has expired unless they are imposed by and for the United States of America, should the deal not be completed, for services rendered as the guardian angel to the countries of the Middle East for purposes of both past, present, and future reimbursement of costs. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now, that doesn't explicitly say that in the memorandum. I don't know why. Now, as to why he's posting that today, I don't know. Is he responding to something? I did mention that yesterday. The Lloyd's List yesterday reported that Iran had begun charging mandatory insurance for ships going through the Strait of Hormuz, but Iran was for now making that insurance free during the 60-day negotiation period, but also saying that once the 60 days ends, they could start charging for this mandatory insurance. I don't know if he's responding to that or something else. Oh, Coston says he's trying to save the market dump. I don't know. A couple people have claimed something like this, but I mean, to me, the market could look at this and say, well, this suggests this doesn't look good for the peace deal. It's not obvious to me that the markets would look at this post and say, oh, goody, things are going great. I mean, I'm sure the markets don't overall, all other things being equal, markets don't love the idea of tolls, but they also don't love the idea of the war restarting. Anyways, it's only Saturday, so we got 2 days till the stock market reopens. Oil market reopens tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern, I believe. Hang on a moment here. Oh, hold on a moment. I have an update for you guys. I have an update from ABC News's Hannah Demissy. Hannah Demissy with ABC News reports President J.D. Vance is departing for negotiations with Iran in Switzerland this afternoon. She just posted that. Hannah Demissy, who covers Vice President Vance and national politics, she says that Vice President Vance is departing for negotiations with Iran in Switzerland, and he's departing this afternoon. LK Ghost says, interesting. EG85 thinks it's the waste of a trip. God is Love says, I hope that's good news. Now, that still doesn't mean that doesn't guarantee the negotiations will happen. We'll have to see what happens there. Roy says, give love a chance. I'm looking for maybe updates from Iranian state media on what's going on. Haven't heard much about fighting in recent hours in Lebanon. Is that going to hold off while the negotiations are going on, at least in the immediate future? That's a big question I have. Here, let me show you a little update on the situation with Hezbollah and Israel in Lebanon. Israeli strikes in Lebanon killed at least 20 people on Saturday. Lebanon's state news agency NNA said 1 day after a ceasefire with Hezbollah took effect, aimed at halting months of escalating violence. Israel said these strikes were a response to projectiles fired overnight by Hezbollah. An Israeli military official said Hezbollah launched more than 50 projectiles at Israeli forces in southern Lebanon, prompting attacks on what the official described as Hezbollah targets. Do you know, I have here, maybe they're not graphic, I don't think. So it's widely reported that Hezbollah is now using these FPV first-person view drones that allow the drone operator to see where the drone is going and maneuver it. And that, some of these drones have hit Israeli forces. So Hezbollah today had posted some recent, where is it? Some videos that they said were drone videos of the drones attacking Israeli forces. Now, I believe they're not graphic. Let me make sure here, just to give you an example of what they're talking about. Yes. So let me show you something. Again, I'm going to show you that this is posted by Hezbollah. Make it a little bigger for you. It's not graphic, this video. Hezbollah says that this is video that they shot from one of their drones. And it's a drone from, I believe, June 12th. It says a bulldozer belonging to the Israeli army in Deir Harfa, southern Lebanon, was attacked. And again, it's not graphic. But this is just to give you an example. They say that this is one of their FPV drones. And you can see that the drone operator is looking around. And they say that the drone attacked a bulldozer. Oh, they have a replay on it too. There you go. So. And then did they post one more recent at all? No, they posted a bunch from like a week ago. But this is a big thing that the Israeli military is facing right now. So and here's another one where they say, Hezbollah says that this is a drone from Hezbollah. And on June 11th, attacking an Israeli tank in Deir Harfa, southern Lebanon. And they replay the part of it attacking the tank. So I just want to give you that to give you a little illustration of some of the Hezbollah attacks. But you can see here, oops, what happened with this? Israeli strikes kill at least 20 in Lebanon hours after ceasefire. Reuters says Israeli strikes in Lebanon killed at least 20 people on Saturday. Lebanon state news agency NNA said one day after a ceasefire with Hezbollah took effect, aimed at halting months of escalating violence. Remember, Iran says, Iranian state media posted today that Iran's leadership believes that Israel is required to leave Lebanon, to get out of Lebanon, to fulfill the Memorandum of Understanding. Israel said its strikes were a response to projectiles fired overnight by the Iran-backed group. An Israeli military official said Hezbollah launched more than 50 projectiles at Israeli forces in southern Lebanon, prompting attacks on what the official described as Hezbollah targets. Lebanon's national news agency reported that Israeli warplanes and drones had struck multiple locations in southern Lebanon and the Bekaa Valley, which isn't even southern Lebanon, which is east of the country, east of Beirut, if I remember right. Hezbollah accused Israel of committing hundreds of ceasefire violations and warned attacks will not pass without a response. It urged Washington to pressure Israel to halt its attacks. An Israeli military official said the Israeli military had received updated directives from the political leadership to cease fire and was not conducting proactive strikes, but operating defensively within what Israel calls a security zone. The official said 5 Israeli soldiers had been killed by Hezbollah in southern Lebanon over the past 48 hours. The Israeli military, which occupies parts of southern Lebanon, said Hezbollah's attacks constituted repeated violations of the ceasefire agreement. It said it remained committed to the truce in line with political directives and would respond decisively to any attacks on Israeli civilians or troops. Meanwhile, Hezbollah says it remains committed to the ceasefire, but it would respond to any attempt by Israel to seize territory or expand its operation. Hezbollah says Israeli forces had attempted overnight to infiltrate the Ali al-Tahrir Hill area in southern Lebanon. They said its fighters had engaged the Israeli troops, after which Israel carried out airstrikes both inside and outside its declared operational zone. A senior Hezbollah official said Hezbollah will not allow Israel freedom of movement in occupied Lebanese territory, adding that armed resistance remained legitimate as long as Israeli forces stayed in Lebanon. The renewed violence cast doubt on the durability of both the ceasefire and the broader Iran-U.S. understanding announced this week that hinges in part on ending hostilities in Lebanon. What a mess. Somewhat Damaged says, is the ceasefire in Lebanon and like the deal all over? Well, negotiations are still supposed to be happening tomorrow. Riri Patton says, October 7th, never again, Israel won't stop. So both Israel and Lebanon and Hezbollah say they're committed to the ceasefire, but they're just doing defensive fighting. Zamila says Israel has to leave, simple as that. It says at the bottom here, this article in Reuters, the U.S.-Iran understanding announced this week calls for an immediate and permanent halt to military operations by the parties and their allies across several fronts, including Lebanon. Israel, which was not part of those negotiations with Iran and the U.S., has opposed provisions that it says could constrain its campaign in Lebanon. It is a really, we were talking about this earlier, and one of the viewers was mentioning this. It is a really odd feature of the, I think it's odd, of the agreement that Israel was not party to the negotiations, yet the agreement specifies something that Israel cannot do. That the agreement says Israel needs to stop fighting in Lebanon against Hezbollah. Whatever you think of it, whatever you think of the agreement and of that, it's just, a strange situation. The great take, yes, that is strange. And it's causing tension. AFP says, hold on, I see that there's statements about Vance departing. There are statements about Vance. I think Vance might have released a statement, guys. I think Vance might have released a statement about departing for the negotiations. Here, look. It's right here. He's wheels up. We have video of it. Breaking news, there's video of Vice President Vance leaving, posted by Luke Schroeder, the Vice Presidential Press Secretary, it looks like. Oh my gosh. Breaking news. Vice President Vance is wheels up from D.C. en route to Switzerland. my gosh. Look, he's getting on the plane. He's getting on the plane. One of our viewers said, hold on a second here. One of our viewers thinks he's going just to come back. Luke Schroeder, who posted this, is the press secretary to the vice president. I did not know how loud that video was going to be, by the way. I'm sorry about that. Oh, hold on a second here. Give me a moment. Hang on. Hang on. Why is that like this? Yes, Ginger XXL said just for him to come back home. Give me 1 sec here. 1 second here. Okay, so JD Vance is going. I wonder if that plane will be trackable. JD Vance has gotten on the plane and is heading to Switzerland for negotiations. Hey, thanks so much to, hold on a second here. Put that up there one more time. Thanks so much to Gamil Eliyahu for your support, who says he can have a nice vacation in Switzerland, no negotiations until the Israeli atrocities end per the Rachbar, so get it together. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I think the Rachbar that Gamliel mentioned is supposed to be the supreme leader of Iran. It's Wikipedia says it's the common name in Persian for the supreme leader of Iran. Yeah, so look, there's nothing from Iran yet about canceling negotiations, but they did say about 6-7 hours ago that the strait is closed. So would I be surprised if there's some hiccup and at some point before the negotiations, Iran says we're not negotiating? No, we'll see. Is there going to be any fighting in Israel in the coming hours? That could affect things too. Thanks, Zarina, for being a member for 49 months. Well, thanks, Zarina7786, who says this has to end ASAP. This has to end ASAP, too costly. Thanks also to Perky Pop Cycle. Perky Pop Cycle thinks that the ICC issued an arrest warrant for Netanyahu in 2024, and that could be a reason Israel will not end this war. Well, I don't believe that the ICC has any kind of enforcement power, for example, in Israel. Yeah, the ICC issued an arrest warrant for Netanyahu in November 2024 for alleged war crimes and crimes against humanity in Gaza. But, I mean, I don't see why that would be a reason for him to keep the war up, in the sense of the ICC has no enforcement mechanism to go into Israel and get him out of Israel. If that makes sense, Perky Pop Cycle. Unless I'm missing something. Thank you so much, Perky Pop Cycle. I appreciate it. Thanks also, Lidwine Elizabeth. She says the difficult part is that when a military thing gets targeted, it feels way different than when civilians not to do with the military get hurt, no matter which side. Thank you also, Tanya Strom, for being a member, Johannes V93 for being a member, and Perky Popcycle. Perky Popcycle that Trump warned at the G7 that war with Iran risked causing an international depression and global economic catastrophe. Thanks also, Turfard Manat. Turfard Manat, thank you so much for your support for the channel. And I'm the Batman. Thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Kendra Fox, thanks for the gift sub on Twitch. Thanks, Guy from the 207, who says, I hope he doesn't visit the Pope en route. Thanks, Guy from the 207, for your support. Thank you, Kendra Fox, for your support. I appreciate that, Kendra Fox. I got that fire. Thanks for subscribing. And Turfard Manat, thank you. Oh, I have a report from the White House press corps, the Vice President's press corps, about him leaving. Turfard posted I'm not going to say this right, Mini Tekel Upharson, which Gemini AI says it's an idiom meaning the writing on the wall. Hey, I have a report from the White House press pool, from the White House, from Kate Sullivan, White House press pool, about J.D. Vance leaving and making some comments. All right, hang on. Let's pull up the J.D. Vance comments. I'm getting it on the screen right now for you. Brief gaggle. J.D. Vance did a brief gaggle, guys, where he spoke to the press. Okay. Oops. Hold on a second here. Give me one more moment. Oh, we have a gaggle. We have a recording of the gaggle. Hold on a moment. How do I play it? Oh, I think I can play the recording. Okay, we're going to play the Vance gaggle recording right now. Are you ready for the Vance gaggle? I hope I can play it here. All right, here we go. Are you ready? Let's play the Vance gaggle. He talked to the press a few minutes ago as he was leaving. So hopefully this works. Let's see. Let's see if this works. First of all, it's very loud. It might be too loud. We may have to just read the transcript. Man, that's loud. I'm turning it down. Okay, all I can hear is the plane. All I can hear is the plane. So let's just read through it. This is the gaggle that was posted by the White House press pool. by Kate Sullivan. It says, Vice President, Mr. Vice President, you a moment. Hey, Speaker 2. Hey, guys. I can't even see this. I believe that's him. Hey, guys, good afternoon. Well, looking forward to starting technical talks. Look kind of faster. Looking forward to starting technical talks with the Iranians, the Pakistanis. Yeah, some of this is just we gotta go to the original email, I think, because this is it's some of it's like bad transcription. I think it's automated transcription. It was too loud there. Here is what he said. Here we go. Okay, Kate Sullivan reports, good afternoon from Joint Base Andrews. After a delayed start, J.D. Vance and Vice President J.D. Vance and Second Lady Usha Vance are traveling today to Switzerland, where peace talks with Iran are expected to take place near Lucerne. The vice president spoke to reporters before boarding and said it was his understanding that the Iranians had just landed in Switzerland and that they would likely have a couple days of talks. A couple days of talks, guys. I can only be there for a day or two, said Vance. I think we're going to hopefully make progress on the nuclear issue, make progress on the Lebanon ceasefire issue. Those are the two big things that I think we're to be focused on. I'm sure the Iranians are going to have issues they'd like to discuss as well, Vance said. Our viewer HMN says talk is cheap. Asked about fighting in Lebanon, threatening to upend the diplomatic process, Vice President Vance said, things are actually getting better there, and things are slowing down a little bit, he said about Lebanon. Marco and the entire team have been actively managing what's going on in Lebanon, said Vance. Despite the headlines, things are actually getting better there, and things are slowing down a little bit. It's going to be something we're just going to have to continuously manage to ensure that Israel and Lebanon are both safe and secure. That's fundamentally the goal of this, to make the whole region safe and secure. The big problem is that when you have somebody will shoot, and then somebody will respond, and you kind of have a chicken and egg problem where you've just got to stop the shooting for long enough to get the ceasefire to keep hold. That's what we're going to try to do, Vance said. The VP and Second Lady were wheels up at 4:19 Eastern Time, 30 minutes ago. They are in a Gulfstream C-37, which is a smaller plane than the typical mode of transportation for the vice president. Per a VP spokesperson, they are using this plane because it was available more quickly than the plane he typically travels on. That's interesting. How about that? They are using this plane. Is that real? Is that true? They're using this plane because it was available more quickly than the plane he typically travels on? Ma Florida thinks that's bullpoop? I don't know. So that's the update about Vance. CyberSearch says, hate to say it, but Vance is right. Usually he flies on one of the big jets, right? I feel like we've seen that before, but I'm not positive. Policy Parade says Vance en route to Switzerland. Kinetic Pause thinks that JD is on a fool's errand. 586 Smoking Joe Weed says, blah, news from Vance means nothing. 3 Days of War says a day or two. Fred Witherow says, what nuclear issue? Well, there's all these nuclear issues they got to discuss. They want to discuss, for example, what happens to Iran's highly enriched uranium? Is Iran allowed to enrich uranium in the future? Do nuclear enrichment in the future? Those are a couple. Shady thinks the VP should be clearing his schedule to get this done and not saying he can only stay a day or two. D-Trade says, stay longer, please, until you get a deal. Heimster says, Switzerland is nice this time of year. Zipper says, why is Secretary of State Marco not involved? Our viewer, my lord, says Cuba is next. All right, so that's RJP says Iran cannot be allowed to close the strait. So JD Vance is on his way. Now I don't know if that's trackable, that plane. David Joe Klotz says, you cannot make deals with Iran. I don't see a plane that people are tracking on Flight Radar 24, I don't think. Where's Joint Base? Does anyone know? If we go here, if we go to Flight Radar 24, it would be a flight that's going, that had left from Joint Base Andrews. Filter. Hold on. Joint Base Andrews. There. So that's ADW. Add new filter. Airport. ADW. Let's just do outbound. Continue. Show on map. Why is this plane going? So I believe I have the filter on for everything leaving Joint Base Andrews. Is that it? Is that it? Is that the plane? It says U.S. Air Force. Yes, this is the plane. I think I found it. It said actual 4:19 p.m. I believe that is the plane. I think I found the plane, guys. SAM 030. Wow. If you want to track his flight, this is public information. I'm not giving you secret private information. This is publicly trackable on Flight Radar 24. But SAM 030 is his plane. So there it is. Oh my gosh. Hey, look what we can do. It's JD Vance's plane. Oh my gosh. Look, it's flying. It's flying. You can wave to JD Vance. SDF says uncredible. Jim Maconia says he is waving out the window. Anyways, it's JD. You can go to Flight Radar 24 and track it. He's going to Switzerland. What is the flight time to Switzerland? I'm looking online. Roughly, it takes about 8 to 9 hours. 8 to 9 hours I'm seeing online if it's direct. I don't know if they're going to do a stop. Maybe if they can fly direct, 8 to 9 hours. So he would get there at roughly, midnight Eastern time. Jumpin' Jack thinks it's a fool's errand. Yes, on the left, you're seeing, one of our viewers said you're seeing Rhode Island. Yes. Well, I believe out here, I'm looking at the bottom. I believe this is, some of this is Rhode Island. But this is, out here, that's stretching out to Cape Cod here. I believe, if I'm looking at this right. Although I may be wrong, how far away Cape Cod is. I'll show you quickly. See, the plane on the left is here's the plane here. So on the left, you'd see Rhode Island and then Cape Cod. Now, the plane is at 41,000 feet. It is flying at 629 miles per hour. LKW says, why did he say he'd only be there a day or two? I don't know. I mean, maybe if it's true, maybe he's setting expectations. Maybe he's telling Iran we can't dawdle on these negotiations. Hey, thanks to the Mystical Buddha Cake Shop, Elizabeth. She says Vance should stop wasting gas. Hey, thank you, Elizabeth, the Mystical Buddha Cake Shop. I really appreciate that. So again, so Benny Hill says, pretty sure it has an escort. I would not be shocked at all if it had an escort or escorts. But we're not seeing those on the flight radar. But we are seeing what appears to be J.D. Vance's Air Force Gulfstream C-37B plane. Heading to Switzerland. Oh, look. Is this the one he's taking? There is a let's go back and look at, I think I found the US. All right. Well, this doesn't have the same markings as the one I'm about to show you. I can't. So there he is. He's getting on this plane, has the gold line, but it's a Gulfstream. This plane, according to Flight Radar 24, is a Gulfstream 37B. And I believe this is what we're talking about. Well, look at this. U.S. Air Force Gulfstream 37 C-37AB. Is this the basic type of plane he is on? Although his had the gold line on the side, but not the blue. This says the C-37AB are twin-engine turbofan aircraft acquired to fill the worldwide special airlift missions for high-ranking government and Department of Defense officials. I'll post a link to this page. I don't know if this is it, but I mean, it says Gulfstream C-37AB. Now, Smoothie says there's a fleet of these, but VP should be on a C-32 or something. Well, again, Flight Radar 24 says it is a Gulfstream C-37B. That's according to Flight Radar 24. Oh, this one doesn't have blue. That one right there in the picture doesn't have blue on the bottom. That one does. Anyways, I'll post a link to this, what might be his plane. He's not far from me right now. I'm in Boston. He's so close to me. How about that? Hey, thanks, Martin Ging, who says, make the pole thinker man wave. Thank you, Martin, for your support. All right, so you can track that on Flight Radar. Again, it seems like he'll be flying for around 8 hours. Gary Principato thinks it's the same plane as on that webpage, but different paint. Let's see if I have any updates for you here. Miss Link says it's exhausting. Now, a quick thanks to our Facebook subscribers. By the way, Kay Body's moderating over there on Facebook. Thanks, Kay. Kristen McConnell Gates, thanks for subscribing over there. And all of our other subscribers on Facebook, and Barry Eisler and our other subscribers. And our Twitch subscribers like My Mind Spray, Wall Street Shaggy, Alperer. We're looking right now at marine traffic, marinetraffic.com. Sandy Doggo, Azizat, who says, will this be the same outcome as at Islamabad? We'll have to see. Those negotiations did not reach a deal. Hugh J., Ma Florida, thanks for being subscribers. Andy in Austin, the Sugaro, Douthis, and all of our other subscribers over there, and also our YouTube members, people like Molly Morgan X, the one and only, Evelyn in Maine, Miss Link, Braden Kemp, Idaho Sweet Syringa, the one and only Davina. They are all YouTube members. Thank you. And all of our other members. Thanks, Kristen McConnell Gates, for the Facebook stars, too. All right, now let's see if we have any updates for you here. Let's see if we have any updates for you here. Did Israel just announce that more? No, I think Israel identified a soldier who was killed like 2 days ago, I believe. Yeah. So Israel has a site where they identify and honor soldiers who have died in action. So there's one unidentified from the 4 who died 2 days ago. You can see one died on June 20th. And this is 3 of the 4 who passed away on June 19th. Condolences to their families and the families of everybody who died in Lebanon from the fighting. On the Lebanese side, the last couple days. So again, Iran's delegation has landed. Not because, and I just saw that from N12 News says that the Iran delegation has landed. We were looking at a plane that seemed, one of our viewers spotted, that seemed to be the Iranian plane, possibly like an hour or two ago land. But the Iranian delegation has landed in Zurich, Switzerland, according to N12 News Israel. And we know from the White House that Vice President Vance has taken off and will get there in about, around midnight Eastern time. We might have to cover the negotiations. I wonder if there'll be a press conference there during the negotiations, guys. Oh, Fars News posted video of the delegation arriving in Switzerland. I don't have the rights to this, though. So Fars News, which is Iran state media, just about a minute ago, posted video of the Iranian delegation getting off the plane in Switzerland. Including, they say the delegation is headed by Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, Ghalibaf. So confirmed, the Iran delegation has arrived, and Fars News just posted about that. I don't think I have any video of that. Are we going to end up covering negotiations tomorrow? So right now it's 12:36 a.m. in Iran. So J.D. Vance would be arriving around like 8:30 in the morning. So what do you think that the negotiations, they probably don't start right when he gets off the plane, but they might start, I mean, the negotiations might start, a couple hours after he gets there or something. We could have negotiations happening, 2, 3 a.m. U.S. time tonight starting. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Martin Gingrich, Israel said they killed, what would they say, around 100 Hezbollah terrorists in the last 2 days. That's what Israel said. I cannot confirm the identity of any of the people who have been, myself, who've been killed in Lebanon. Yes. A statement from the Prime Minister's office of Israel said that approximately 100 terrorists had been, meaning Hezbollah terrorists, had been eliminated in the last 2 days. Now, Cindy Heaton thinks Hezbollah and Israel have stopped from now. It's been intense there the last couple of days, but nothing the last several hours. I haven't heard of new fighting the last several hours. Sorry, I'm trying to check some of the comments people have sent me. Give me a moment here. Oh, hey, hold on a second. What is this? What is this? Breaking update, not about Iran. Breaking update, not about Iran. About the reflecting pool. A viewer just messaged me about this. President Trump has posted about the reflecting pool. Some of our viewers sent me this. Evelyn in Maine, for example. Hold on. President Trump says, breaking non-Iran news. Breaking reflecting pool news. President Trump says that, look, he claims that the United States Park Police has arrested multiple individuals for vandalizing our nation's magnificent reflecting pool. Who would do such a thing? These are very serious crimes having to do with the destruction of national monuments. Years in jail. Work will begin immediately on its repair. Now remember, this reflecting pool has been talked about lately because President Trump had said that he had hired someone to do repairs on it that would be way cheaper and shorter than it was supposed to be originally. And in recent days, there has been a green algae, I believe, in the reflecting pool. And also there's reports the last couple of days that some of the paint has come up, or some of the coating that had been put down had come up. But President Trump had also said earlier today, if I can find it here, I'll have to show you, that he said that there have been problems with vandalism at the reflecting pool. And now he's saying that some people have been arrested for, he says, vandalizing the reflecting pool. Yeah, Kaleidoscope says both things can be true. I don't know what the truth is here. Let me show you what President Trump posted earlier today. So earlier today, President Trump had posted this. This is what President Trump posted earlier today. He said, "We've cleaned, renovated, and beautified over 45 monuments and memorials, 28 statues, and 22 fountains in Washington, D.C. Things are really looking good in our nation's capital. And add to the fact that when I became president, crime was rampant, and now Washington, D.C. is one of the safest cities anywhere in the United States. However," he said, "we've had some real problems with vandalism at the beautiful reflecting pool, which sits between the Washington Monument and the Lincoln Memorial. Just like 3 days ago, they have destroyed the grass. They destroyed the grass outside of the pool. They've also done everything possible to hurt the inside surface that was just installed. No different than the chemicals that were used on the National Mall. They used something similar in the reflecting pool to try and destroy and demean our beautiful work." So Trump again this morning claiming that someone used chemicals in the reflecting pool. Lightweight ABC reporter Jonathan Karl was seen sticking his hand into the pool and trying to rip the rubber off the surface, he claims. The algae is 75% gone, and the condition will soon be completely remedied, and the area that was vandalized, fortunately, is just a small area of damage and will be fixed early next week. It's a shame that the radical left lunatics, most likely Democrats, who have spent their lives trying to ruin our country, are free to do so. Law enforcement is actively investigating this situation, and hopefully we'll have it resolved soon. Thank you for your attention to this matter." And that's what he said earlier today. That was last night. I'm sorry. That was last night he posted that. Around 10 p.m. last night he posted that. My bad. And now we have just a few minutes ago, President Trump claiming that U.S. Park Police have arrested people for vandalizing the reflecting pool. That is President Trump's claim. Again, he says the U.S. Park Police have arrested multiple individuals for vandalizing our nation's magnificent reflecting pool. Who would do such a thing? These are very serious crimes having to do with the destruction of national monuments. Years in jail. Work will begin immediately on its repair. That was just posted 10 minutes ago, about 12 minutes ago. I'll see if I can get any updates about this. I have not heard any reporting about these arrests. Sandy Lucas said they probably wanted a piece of the paint. I'm a Good Goy says this is getting ridiculous. Let me just see if I can show you something about this reflecting pool situation. Here, so this was, there's a video on this. I can show you a video from, what was this, yesterday? In case you haven't been following that story. So Thursday, June 18th, Reuters, the paint is already peeling in Trump's renovated Washington reflecting pool. Now they have a video with the broadcast, with the article. Hold on. Okay, let's play this video, then I'll give you some details of this. Just as we won't get too sidetracked on this, but he posted about it, so I wanted to talk about it.
Just rolled out.
No,
that's
but
not
look,
paint.
you can see more of it underneath the water.
That's not paint.
Coating it.
I want my money back after seeing this. I think that it was a huge waste of money to begin with, and I think our resources could be used a lot better elsewhere, in a nutshell.
It was a great way to try and do something about it, but when you're dealing with so much square footage on such a mass, you know, you're going to run into issues like this.
So, Art of the Peel, says Kerry Poteet. Reuters says the paint on Washington's newly renovated Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool on Thursday was peeling away from the bottom and into the algae-tinted water less than 2 weeks after President Trump announced the job's completion. The historic pool was drained and refinished in a $14.7 million no-bid contract this year as part of Trump's sweeping plans to remake the U.S.'s capital city. Trump announced on June 6th that the work in the pool had finished. By Tuesday, workers had started pouring hydrogen peroxide into the pool to combat an algae bloom that had turned it green instead of the expected dark blue. The National Park Service, which operates a national mall where the pool is located, did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Atlantic Industrial Coatings, the Virginia-based company that carried out the renovations, also did not immediately respond. I showed you this is a different video? Hold on. Is it the same video? Let's see. Trying to see if I think this is the same video here. Oh, let me just show you a couple of the pictures here too. I need a moment. I need a quick moment here. One moment. Just one moment. Just one moment. I need to just get these photos for you. Okay, that says it's completed. So let's do this. It's acting all strange. All right, anyways, here's a picture. Here's a picture from Reuters. This is from what day? This picture is from June 18th. Here's a picture from Reuters of the reflecting pool on June 18th. I guess that's people working on fixing stuff, doing repairs or fixing the situation. And then again, here's that video we just saw from 2 days ago from Reuters as well. Oops, hold on a second. You'll see it in a second. No, that's not it.
This is rolled out.
Here's that video where you see the piece of the coating, it looks like, that has peeled off.
This is rolled out.
No,
That's
but
not
look,
paint.
you can see more of it underneath the water.
That's not paint.
Coating it.
I want my money back after seeing this. I think that it was a huge waste of money to begin with, and I think our resources could be used a lot better elsewhere, in a nutshell.
It was a great way to try and do something about it, but when you're dealing with so much square footage on such a mass, you know, you're going to run into issues like this.
All right, so again, President Trump about a short while ago just said that people have been arrested for vandalizing the pool. That comes after reflecting pool. That comes after last night when he claimed last night, President Trump, that vandals had used chemicals in the reflecting pool. See, he says, vandals have done everything possible to hurt the inside surface that was just installed, no different than the chemicals that were used in the National Mall. They used something similar in the reflecting pool to try to destroy and demean our beautiful work. Okay. So I didn't mean to get totally sidetracked on this, but I did wanted to talk about it since President Trump posted about it just a few minutes ago. Matthew Kohai 3 says chemicals like hydrogen peroxide. Barry says like hydrogen peroxide. Miss Link says just fix it. I don't care how. Make it happen. Sharkingly thinks algae has been arrested for vandalizing the pool. Curtis Beef thinks that the pool is under 24-hour video and they have zero proof of anyone a vandal putting chemicals in there. I do wonder that I wouldn't be surprised if they have that video under surveillance, either under video or human surveillance at all hours, but I'm not sure. Hang on a moment here. Our viewer Jess Data mentioned that Lloyd's List a couple hours ago posted that vessels continue to enter and exit the Gulf, the Middle East Gulf, on June 20th. Despite Iran claiming it was closing the strait, traffic was seen moving via the northern route and also the southern route for the first time in weeks. The weird thing is that what they posted, the video they posted of marine traffic that Lloyd's List posted, the video does not go past when Iran announced that they were closing the strait. Although we looked. I'll play it, I'll show you again. We already did a playback here of the last 6 hours, of the last 7-8 hours. I'll show you the playback since Iran roughly since they said the strait was closed again. That would have been about 2:14, been about 7 or 8 hours ago. So this is the last 8 hours. This is roughly since Iran said the strait was closed. Now, certainly you see some ships moving through the strait since then. Not that many, but some. Not many. Now, some of them go up here. I mean, maybe like a couple. This one, Remat, goes through on the south here. But I don't know if Iran, talked to any of these ships. At the start there, ships would be it might take a little while for them to figure out, to hear the announcement or to go somewhere. But like, here's Roya. Some of these might be Iranian ships too. The Roya went through. What ship is Roya? Why am I not seeing it? It said Roya. Everything. Roya? Am I spelling it wrong? It's weird. I must have spelled it wrong or something. Let's try this again. Custom. I'll play like the last 8 hours here. It's like the last 10 hours. But they announced it about 8 hours ago. ROYA. What happened to ROYA? There's a ship called ROYA, and I looked it up, and it didn't come up. MSC Qingdao stopped right here. Some ships went up here. Some ships went and stopped up here. See, so I don't know what's going on. Where did Roya end up? Roya is down here. I should be able to find it. Roya, okay. Roya is a cargo ship that is under the flag of Panama. That seemed to make it through. Yeah, so I don't know. We have not heard that Iran attacked any ships. There might have been ships that were going to go through that did not go through. It's hasn't been that long, so I just don't know right now. This is marinetraffic.com, by the way. Lenny Bruce, our viewer, thinks Trump cherry picks the crime issue for his goals. You're talking about his post about claiming that vandals had been arrested for vandalizing the reflecting pool? By the way, Patrick DeHaan reports some positive news on gas prices. Patrick DeHaan, known as Gas Buddy Guy, posted that according to Gas Buddy data, the U.S. average price of diesel has dropped to $4.99 a gallon, the first time it has fallen below $5 since March 15th. Thanks, by the way, to, hold on. Thanks, Kristen Gates, for your support. I really appreciate it. Kristen Gates, thank you. J.D. Vance is on his way to Switzerland for negotiations, in case you missed it. Here is his plane. Well, here's where we think his plane is. It's not actively being tracked right now. It seems to be off tracking. That's his projected location. Maybe they lose the tracking as it's over the water. That is the projected location of his plane heading to Switzerland. Took off about an hour ago, probably about another 7 hours. I believe that's his plane, based on the fact that it's an Air Force plane. It took off from the right airport, and it took off at the exact time that his plane reportedly took off from. See Joint Base Andrews. Heading to Switzerland. See Switzerland here. So they got a ways to go. Hey, thanks to Lidwine Elizabeth before, by the way. Lidwine says, why do they want money back? It is a real pool for is it a real pool for a swim? No, I don't think you can. I don't believe you can swim in the reflecting pool. I wonder if that's a rule. But I don't believe it's not supposed to be for swimming, as far as I'm aware. I am seeing online that it says swimming is not permitted there. Yes, look, right here. Reflecting pool. Well, no. That's New York. No, it's U.S. government. That's the official site. My understanding is that you can't swim there, but I don't know for sure. I don't want to spend a lot of time just tracking this down. But I don't have the official website right here in front of me. I don't have where it exactly says that in front of me. Washington Parent Magazine said you're not allowed to swim in it. But I don't, again, I don't have the original. I'm not going to worry about it. So, oh, maybe the Wikipedia article says. Anyways, I don't know. You can research to find the page where it says this. I'm not aware that you're allowed to swim in it. Autism Mommy said that somebody named Emily Miller posted yesterday saying that a man was arrested for cutting out a big piece of blue sealant. I haven't watched her report, but I also haven't seen any confirmation of that about that. I'm not saying it's false. I'm just saying I don't know if that's what President Trump was talking about today. President Trump just about half an hour ago said that multiple individuals were arrested by the National Park Police for vandalizing the reflecting pool. So I don't know the specifics about who these people are that President Trump is talking about. If I see some kind of official statement on this, I'll let you know. Oh, here's something about it. Hey, look, I found this. I found this from today. Hold on. I found something from today. Cyclist arrested at reflecting pool is former Olympian who denies vandalism claims. David Hearn had just, Washington Post, David Hearn had just finished a loop around Hans Point on Friday as part of a 52-mile bike ride when he swung by the Lincoln Memorial to see the refurbished reflecting pool for himself. Noticing a piece of the new American flag blue liner that was partially detached from the pool bottom, he said he reached into the water to see what it felt like. Moments later, as he prepared to leave, U.S. Park Police officers arrested him on a misdemeanor charge of destruction of government property. He is scheduled to appear in D.C. Superior Court on July 9th. Hearn's arrest ignited social media flurry as President Trump and his allies blamed the pool overhaul's problems on administration opponents. Emily Miller, a conservative journalist, posted a 2-minute and 8-second video on X which showed Hearn detained by 2 members of the National Guard and subsequently surrounded by park police officers. Miller wrote, "Man arrested for vandalizing Lincoln reflecting pool. He grabbed the hose that female National Park Service workers were using to clear the algae." In an interview today, Hearn denied damaging government property and said he had never touched the hose, though he acknowledged his bike tire may have touched the hose. He said, "I didn't vandalize anything. I didn't destroy or break or peel anything. By the time I realized what was going on, I was being put in handcuffs." Hearn, wearing biking gear and a helmet, can be seen in the video with his hands cuffed behind his back. Fragments of conversation are audible, but a pump operating in the background drowns out much of the exchange. Asked to describe his actions, Hearn said, "I reached in there and was able to grab the end of that flapping piece, that already peeling piece. It was still attached to the bottom. I didn't remove anything." Hearn is a 3-time Olympian who competed in the canoe slalom. He won 2 world championships in whitewater racing before retiring from active competition in 2002. The century-old reflecting pool has become controversial following the president's decision to refurbish the concrete basin with a new liner. As government workers in recent days tried to combat an algae bloom in the reopened attraction, a new problem surfaced. Chunks of the pool liner broke free. The Washington Post observed a sheet of the pool surface painted in American flag blue, a color selected by the president, floating in the water Thursday. A few hours after Miller's video went public, the president, in a late-night Truth Social post last night, blamed radical left lunatics for vandalism at the beautiful reflecting pool. The president also accused Jonathan Karl of ABC News, who has reported on the pool's mounting problems, of trying to rip the rubber off the surface of the pool. Karl declined to comment. In 1996, Park Police arrested Hearn for canoeing on the Potomac River after heavy rains left it near a record high. A federal judge dismissed charges of failing to obey a lawful order because the river where Hearn was canoeing is governed by Maryland, not the federal government. On Friday, Hearn said he was detained for almost 5 hours at a Park Police facility on Haynes Point before being released. Shortly after 9 p.m., he was reunited with his bike and rode home. So, again, I don't know what to make of all this, but that's an update from the Washington Post about a person who was a former U.S. Olympian who was arrested and charged with a misdemeanor of destruction of government property. Roger Shoemaker says, what happened to multiple people? Well, there may have been other people arrested too. I don't know. I don't even know if this is one of the people who Trump was referring to today in his post today about people being arrested. I don't know if he was referring to this person. He didn't say names or anything. Martin Ging says his Olympian history has nothing to do with whether he committed a crime or not. Yes, he could. That does not imply that he either did or did not commit the crime. That he used to be an Olympian. Christy Claff thinks it's a big nothing burger. All right. Anyways, so there's an update on that. Again, President Trump himself posted on it about, 40 minutes ago? President Trump has posted twice about this in the last day on his True Social. FemSY says, camera? Mr. QQQ Crash says, we need a congressional hearing on the pool. I did not know that we'd be covering the pool so much today, but President Trump has posted about it, so I wanted to give you an update. Sharking Lee says, touching chunks of peeled paint in pools is a serious crime. Yeah, Gunny sent me something. I've seen some claims online that are not particularly well sourced, claiming that Keir Starmer is going to resign possibly on Monday. There's been a lot of reporting suggesting that he could resign soon, Keir Starmer. He has lost a bunch of support among his own party. So I don't have anything very reliable on that. I don't think it'd be a huge surprise if it happened soon, but I'll keep an eye on it and let you know what we're hearing. But I haven't heard anything super reliable on that. And what it's you can see this was an article from yesterday from AP where they said Starmer vows to fight as Burnham's election win fuels a Labor leadership showdown. Labor's Andy Burnham, the popular mayor of Greater Manchester, won a special election for a seat in Parliament and signaled Friday he will use it to challenge embattled Prime Minister Keir Starmer for leadership of the country. Starmer said he planned to fight for his job, but a growing number of colleagues urged him to make a dignified exit. Former Labor Deputy Leader Harriet Harman said on a podcast, there is this sense of collective movement. Andy Burnham is going to become Prime Minister. Keir Starmer is going to be leaving office. AP says Starmer's popularity has cratered since he led the center-left Labour Party to a landslide election victory in 2024. He has struggled to deliver promised economic growth, repair tattered public services, and ease the cost of living, and has been hamstrung by repeated missteps, including his decision to appoint Peter Mandelson, a scandal-tarnished friend of Jeffrey Epstein, as the UK ambassador to the US. Labour is losing Liberal voters to the growing Green Party and facing a rising Reform UK, which consistently leads in nationwide opinion polls. The Nigel Farage-led party has rapidly gained ground in post-industrial northern England areas like Makerfield, some 200 miles northwest of London. Burnham's resounding victory gives Labour new hope of stopping the reform tide. Farage acknowledged he was disappointed, no question about it, with that election result. Labour's dismal performance in May's local elections spurred scores of lawmakers to demand Starmer's resignation. Wes Streeting resigned as health secretary in May, saying, "Where we need vision, we have a vacuum." Britain's parliamentary system allows governing parties to change leaders midterm, with the winner of the leadership fight becoming prime minister without the need for a national election. Burnham's victory piles pressure on Starmer to quit. By the way, Burnham, who was the mayor of Greater Manchester, I believe that, don't you have to be a member of parliament to be prime minister? Is that true? So he ran for this, a parliament member. You can see here a parliament member stepped down so he could run for his seat. Does it say it in here? Burnham decisively won the seat of Makerfield in northwestern England over Rob Kenyon of the anti-immigration party Reform UK. Where does it talk about the person stepping down? Hold on a second here. It's kind of interesting, actually. Yeah, Josh Simons, the Labour lawmaker for Makerfield, stepped down to trigger a special election and give Burnham the chance to return to Parliament. Gemini AI says, while there is no written law explicitly stating the prime minister must be a member of parliament, strong unwritten rules dictate they must sit in the House of Commons. Anyways. Let me see if I can get you a little more about that. Wikipedia says modern prime ministers hold office by their virtue of their ability to command the confidence of the House of Commons, so they are invariably members of parliament. Anyways, I don't know whether I want to get all wrapped up in. It's an interesting question about the legality versus the convention. But basically, in order to be prime minister, Andy Burnham ran for a seat that opened up because a different Labour lawmaker agreed recently to give up his seat. So Andy Burnham could run and win the seat and then be a member of parliament, which would allow him to be prime minister. That's the basic idea of what happened. Yeah, and you can see here Reuters said that Andy Burnham, the Greater Manchester mayor, won a decisive victory for Labour to claim a parliamentary seat in northwestern England and has signalled he will use that victory and seat in Parliament to enter any contest to replace Starmer. All right, so I don't want to get too sidetracked on that. Maybe we'll cover it more in a different stream or something. But I'll let you know if I hear big Keir Starmer news. Aussie Fudd says it happens in Canada too. If the party leader does not win or her seat, someone will step down. I can't confirm that at the moment, but it very well might be the case. Jonathan Jackson thinks it's Labor's own rules that he has to be an MP. Maybe that's true too. I'm not sure. But whatever the source, be it law or convention or party rules, that's how they're doing it. So it's interesting. Oh, look. Hey, guys, I just saw this. Zero Hedge found this post. Speaking of the delegations going to Switzerland, the Swiss Ministry of Foreign Affairs says, we welcome the arrival of the Iranian delegation in Switzerland. The Iranian delegation is on its way to the Bergenstock as part of the implementation of the Memorandum of Understanding between the U.S. and Iran. So that's them welcoming the Iranian delegation, getting off the Iranian plane, which was that was like a couple hours ago, I believe. J.D. Vance is flying right now to Switzerland. Roger Shoemaker says Switzerland is known for its neutrality. O'Shea Matt says Iran new regional power. By the way, one of our viewers just mentioned that in Canada, where does it say it? I just saw an article in CBC, because I looked this up based on a viewer. What a viewer said. CBC said in 2025, you can be a prime minister. Typically, the prime minister is also a member of the House of Commons in Canada, but that hasn't always been the case. I can't find the person who posted something like that in the chat, but thanks for posting it. Stephen is very angry I used Zero Hedge as a source. Stephen, what I said is that Zero Hedge reposted a post. So I gave them a tip of the hat for finding this. I mean, come on now. They were a source for the information that the Swiss Ministry of Foreign Affairs posted this on their post. That was what they were their source for. Now, come on. Gee whiz. This is where it starts to get ridiculous. Yeah, come on, man, as Tank D says. So, by the way, OSINT Technical, I don't have the rights to the audio. OSINT Technical posted purported audio from earlier today of Iranian forces warning ships that the Strait of Hormuz is closed. I'll post a link in the chat. I don't own the rights to the audio. So kind of a strange situation right now. So Iran has said that the Strait of Hormuz is closed. I'm not aware that they have taken any kind, they did that hours ago. They did this morning Eastern time. I'm not aware that they've attacked any ships. I can't tell from looking at the last, say, 12 hours of traffic whether traffic has slowed down or not, and whether any ships that were going to go through didn't go through. We have J.D. Vance is on the way to meet with Iranian negotiators who've already landed in Switzerland. He's on his way there now on a plane. And we have, for hours now, I have not heard about any more fighting in Lebanon after 2 days of very pitched fighting between Israel and Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, which caused Iran to say the strait is closed. So is that fighting going to hold off for the next couple days while these negotiation talks go on? Beats me. I'll show you the last 12 hours or so. This is the last 12 hours in the Strait of Hormuz from marinetraffic.com. DBSM says, no more war, please stop it. So this is about the last 8 hours right here, and you do see a few ships moving through the strait in the since Iran announced it was closed. I mean, not that many. So what can I say? I don't know if they've really, how much things might have practically changed. I mean, if we go through 24 hours and way fewer ships go through on a 24-hour cycle than did the day before, that would seem meaningful. But it's only been about 8 or 9 hours, I believe, since they announced, about 8 hours since they announced that the strait was closed. They said the strait is closed, but they didn't. I'm not aware that they've enforced it. See if we have any updates here. Oh, did Galibaf post? Hold on. Hey, look, Galibaf posted. Upon arrival in Switzerland, it's Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, Galibaf. I consider the innocent children of Minab and all the martyrs of dear Iran. Was Minab? Was that the school? Yes, Minab is a school. Wikipedia says On the first day of the Iran war, a school in Minab was destroyed by a missile strike. Multiple independent investigations concluded the U.S. was responsible for the strike. Not that they intentionally did it. So, and so on the plane, it says hashtag Minab168. I consider the innocent children. So Galibaf posted about an hour ago after arriving in Switzerland for the negotiations. I consider the innocent children of Minab and all the martyrs of dear Iran to be watching over my every action and behavior at every moment. They see us and expect things of us. God forbid that I should ever bring shame to the innocent martyrs and the people of Iran, and that I should join my companions with a clear conscience, companions for whose reunion I eagerly await. In memory of the children of Minab School. And he posted this photo of himself. Hold on a second here. There is Galibaf having gotten off the plane in Switzerland for the negotiations, and the plane says hashtag Minab168. He was also one of the negotiators in Islamabad. Professional U.R. Kirk says, kill their own people who are protesting, then when it suits them, uses victims as a barrier. Sick government. Our viewer Varkoshestin says the USA will learn the hard way that when they paid ransom, they will get more and more demands from the, quote, kidnappers. All right, so anyways, that is what Galibaf said upon arriving in Switzerland. Jimmy John says they are allowed to mourn. It was a mistake. Be better than the monsters. Mamsbrook says arrest him. It's interesting, though, the last few hours since we've been on the air, I haven't heard about any kind of strikes in any kind of fighting in Lebanon after like 2 days of constantly hearing about it. Andrew L. says talk is cheap and time is expensive. Oh, I should show you this as well. This was an announcement from, hang on a second here. Yesterday, the PGSA, the Persian Gulf Strait Authority, which is Iran's, they created this body, I think about a month ago, to oversee the Strait of Hormuz. They posted this yesterday. Notice, with reference to the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding and the issuance of directives by the authorities, all applicants intending to passage through the Strait of Hormuz are hereby informed that during the period specified in the memorandum, 60 days, vehicles that submit their passing request to the PGSA in compliance with the following ports will be cleared for passage promptly. So they're saying you still have to submit stuff to us and we have to clear you. Official website for submitting passage requests, pgsa.ir. You can email for follow-up inquiries, info@pgsa.ir. Important notes, the only official channel for processing passing requests are the aforementioned website and email address. Valid and accessible contact information with the vessel must be provided in the submitted request. To avoid delays at the entrance or exit of the Strait of Hormuz, it is essential that passing requests, complete with all required information, are submitted at least 48 hours prior to arriving at the Strait area. During the 60-day period, tariffs for security, safety, and environmental services, as well as the related Iranian insurances, will not be collected from ship owners and will be borne by the government of Iran. That's during the 60-day period, implying that after 60 days, they could start charging tariffs for security, safety, and environmental services, as well as related Iranian insurances. Due to the presence of mine-affected areas and the necessity of ensuring safe passage and preventing collisions, coordination of the designated route and the scheduled passage time for each vessel prior to moving forward in the strait is mandatory. Failure to comply shall be the responsibility of the vessel owner. So again, they're saying if you want to go through the Strait of Hormuz during these 60 days, you need to go through them and set it up through them. And you got to get in line, as Tech Jansen says. This is the PGSA. This is the organization that Iran created during the war that is going to that they say is going to oversee the Strait of Hormuz. Uncle Fester says doesn't sound like international waters to me. Yeah, this is just this whole thing that's going on where the U.S. claims the U.S. claims that the Trump administration claims the strait is open. This was yesterday. Clearly, Iran is saying, well, we have control of it, even though we're not charging for it right now. It's just, again, it's this two sides of what's happening. And there's no agreement on it. But will they be, eventually there's going to have to be an agreement one way or the other, I guess. If it's going to be cleared up, how long can that keep going on for? I mean, eventually it'll be obvious that it is or is not open. But that's certainly not Iran saying, yeah, it's just open for 60 days. Halo Ginic Sim says, are ships moving freely? No, then who cares what anyone says? Now, the U.S. did say, CENTCOM said that, they did say today that, what did they say about it? They said on the 20th, 55 merchant ships transited, which is not the roughly 130 that are supposed to, that would use before the war were going back and forth, but it's more than that has been going through. They said more than 17 barrels of oil were shipped out of the strait on the 20th. local time. Local time now is one. It's now the 20. Well, actually, that came out hours ago. I don't know how they timed it. Anyways, they said 55 went through in a day. Thank you, Brian Jones. Brian says Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz. Thank you, Brian. Thanks also, Bird Ascension, for your support. Honeybee Fly, thanks so much for being a member. Oh, hey guys. There was just a video posted by Olya Scootercaster. She said a person got a citation. I'm going to post a link to this video. Let me watch the video for a second, and then I'll post a link to it. And she said a person got a citation outside the reflecting pool, and the person claimed that they got a citation for sticking their hand in the water. Hold on. Okay, so I'm going to repost this, and I'll post a link to the video in the chat. But again, this was just posted 12 minutes ago by Olya Scootercaster, whose company shoots video and does news coverage, and says, now, person received citation outside of reflecting pool in Washington, D.C. He stated that citation was for putting his hand in the water. Grandma of 5 says, has it always been illegal to touch the water? Now, I cannot confirm that people are getting citations for touching the water. That I don't know. And I don't know if policy has changed or enforcement has changed. Again, you can watch that video on at Olya's. I reposted it on my X account, and you can go to at Scootercaster NY to check it out as well. Okay, I'm going to propose something in a moment. By the way, huge thanks to our moderators who have been with us today. I really appreciate all of our moderators. We have moderating right now. Ruth is moderating. Thank you so much, Ruth. And we have moderating LB Prairie Dawn. I got that fire. Matthew Kohai 3, McBridges, and Sarah over on Twitch. Kay Lowry Body on Facebook. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, thank you so much. Also, Michael Fergal, thanks for moderating. Thanks, Diane Allworth and Joanne Gradwall for subscribing on Facebook. Thanks, Kendra Fox and Caps Queen for your support, and Andy and Austin for your support on Twitch what I'm thinking is maybe what I should do, keep the stream going. It's one of these days where it's like, I don't know what's going to happen from moment to moment today as J.D. Vance travels to Switzerland. By the way, J.D. Vance's plane is no longer apparently visible on Flight Radar 24 like it was before. Maybe it'll probably, I bet it'll be visible again when he gets closer to Switzerland. But, oops, hold on, turn off the filter. That's from Flight Radar 24. But I'm thinking maybe what I should do is maybe put a little food in the air fryer, because I don't know what's going to happen from moment to moment. So I want to keep the stream going for a bit. And maybe I'll take 5 minutes, put some food in the air fryer, and then eventually I can eat and take a break during the stream, but keep the stream going to see what's happening. Why don't we do that? Oh, thanks, Michael Clayton, for subscribing and for the Facebook stars. Michael Clayton, I really appreciate that. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're keeping the stream going. I'm going to take about 5 minutes right now. So I need to eat something. It's weird. So, who knows what's going to happen with Israel and what Iran might say at this point. It's 1:48 Iran time. So I want to keep an eye on things for a bit. All right, so give me about 5 minutes. I'm coming back in about 5 minutes, and we'll have more coverage in about 5 minutes. Thanks for your patience. I am making some food so we can stay on the air. Hey, thanks to Least Trustworthy Weasel for your support. I appreciate it. Least Trustworthy Weasel says, it's no wonder why the real crime in our communities goes unchallenged by cops when they're too busy writing citations for someone washing their hands. We're bringing you the latest updates here. Everything is on schedule so far for the U.S. and Iran to begin high-level negotiations. Tonight, U.S. time, presumably. J.D. Vance is probably about 7 hours away from arriving in Switzerland. We may end up doing live negotiation coverage late night tonight. At the same time, am I going to have to time somebody out in the chat? Am I going to have to time somebody out in the chat? I think I'm going to have to. We might have to do a fake news timeout. I think it's going to happen. Yeah, we can't have people just posting just fake stuff in the chat, not even sourced, misleading to the viewers. We don't do that here. Where are they? The mods might have already gotten them. Nope, this person. Yep, goodbye. Yeah, so on the one hand, Iran said earlier today that it closed the Strait of Hormuz due to basically the attacks on Hezbollah and by Israel in Lebanon. But on the other hand, the Iran delegation has arrived in Switzerland, and in about 7 hours or so, J.D. Vance is going to get there. So both those things are happening at once. Very interesting. I don't know what's going to happen here. And also, since we've come on the air last few hours, nothing new from Israel. No fighting anymore that we're hearing about. Give me about 15 seconds. Hold on. I don't know what to think. Are things going well because the negotiations are happening tomorrow in a number of hours, or are they going poorly because Iran has said that they're closing the Strait of Hormuz? Also, President Trump all of a sudden announced a couple hours ago that Iran would never charge tolls, even after the 60 days. Look, there will be no tolls in the Hormuz Strait for 60 days during the ceasefire period, and there will be no tolls after the 60-day period has expired unless they are imposed by and for the United States of America should the deal not be completed. For services rendered as the guardian angel to the countries of the Middle East for purposes of both past, present, and future reimbursement of costs. So I don't think Iran's going to agree with that. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, some people are saying that Trump is saying tolls, but not something other kind of payments. But then you're saying that he's really saying something that's not. I mean, if you think he thinks it's important what he's saying, you must think that he means more than just something that's called a toll. Thanks the one and only for being a member. Kiki says, of course, Iran will not agree. Pro pool guy says, international waters, no tolls. So it's really, you have two different stories. You can see Reuters says Iran negotiators and Vance head for Switzerland. But now it says Lebanon fighting continues, but not for the last several hours. A high-level Iranian team arrived in Switzerland today for peace talks with the U.S. as Vice President Vance departed for meetings that Pakistan said will begin Sunday. But remember, it's already Sunday, Iran time. The Iranian delegation was led by Chief Negotiator Mohammad Bagher Kalibaf and included Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi as well as senior security, central bank, and oil officials. Although the U.S. and Iran had agreed to a 60-day ceasefire while negotiations take place, Tehran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard on Saturday declared the Strait of Hormuz shut. This could complicate talks in which both sides seek to advance an interim deal brokered by Pakistan and signed on Wednesday by U.S. President Trump and Iranian President Pezeshkian to end their almost 4-month war. The IRGC warned ships would be at risk if they approached the waterway. U.S. Central Command said 55 merchant ships had transited the strait on Saturday, moving large amounts of cargo and more than 17 million barrels of oil. President Trump said today on social media that no toll will be charged for passage through the strait during or after the 60-day ceasefire unless the U.S. imposes a toll should peace talks fail. J.D. Vance, when he left, said he could only be in Switzerland for a day or two. Divergent Plumbus thinks Iran is asking to get destroyed with this wishy-washy, flaky, inconsistent nonsense. Midtown Mike says, what is he going for if he can only stay for a couple days? Humbology says, anyone else exhausted of all this back and forth? Oh, you know what? I'm talking about, our viewer Paul Cosgrove is right. I should be talking about Switzerland time, not Iran time. What an excellent point that is. Switzerland time is 12:30. 12:32 a.m. Switzerland time. So J.D. Vance will get there probably around 7:30 a.m. or so. I mean, maybe it won't start until several. Could be negotiations could start at like 5 or 6 a.m. U.S. time. I need about 15 more seconds. Hold on. Yeah, I don't know that they'll start the negotiations at like 7:30 a.m. local time if that's when he arrives in Switzerland. You never know though. So maybe we'll do some late night coverage of negotiations, but I don't know if it's going to be late night here or morning here. No, the one and only says that there is a schedule somewhere. I'm not aware of any schedule about the negotiations so far. I haven't heard anything. Axios mentions that this is going to be the first direct talks between the U.S. and Iran since the Islamabad talks in April. Axios also says that the U.S. wants the first round of talks to end with an Iranian invitation for UN inspectors to visit its nuclear sites. The last such visit took place before the previous war in June 2025. And in return for them allowing UN inspectors to visit its nuclear sites, reports Axios, the U.S. is willing to give Iran access to some of its frozen funds, starting with a $6 billion account in Qatar that Iran could use to buy humanitarian goods. Kairos says, sure. You mean you don't think they'll buy humanitarian goods with it? I mean, the other thing about stuff like that is you can say that the fund is to buy humanitarian goods. But if that allows them to spend other money on other things, other money they would have otherwise spent on humanitarian goods, then that other money can be used on something else in theory. Firejack mentioned to me that CNN reported today, CNN's Fred Pleitgen reported today that an Iranian official told CNN that ending the conflict in Lebanon is the most important item for Iran on the agenda with these talks. Okay, so here's what we're going to do now. I don't know. Again, it's kind of a weird day. I don't know. I feel like stuff could be developing, but we'll have to see what happens. But I'm going to eat some food right now, and I'm going to keep the stream going. And if there's something big that happens while I'm eating, I'll stop eating and come rushing in. Otherwise, I'm going to eat and we'll have more coverage after I eat. So we'll see. We'll see where we're at after I eat. Give me a little bit. Hold on. Our viewer Detty, thanks Detty, who says, if our president is a fascist that is bombing and terrorizing the world, is it agenda-free to not say so? That's what Detty said, or Det-Tai. Thanks for your support. All right, so Steve is taking a meal break. He'll be back shortly. All right, so I'm going to eat now, and I'm going to keep an eye on things while I'm eating. And if there's something huge that happens, I'll stop eating and then rush in here. Otherwise, I'll come in after we eat and we can see where we're at. Okay? So I really appreciate people being here. We're going to have more coverage. Who knows? Who knows what we'll hear from Iran or the US or Israel or what will happen in the coming hours. So give me a little bit, let me eat, and I'll be back shortly. All right, we're back. I have eaten. I appreciate you guys waiting around. Uh-oh. The one thing I have to do is I'm hearing two of myself. I need about 10 seconds. Hold on. Okay, now we're back. Now we're back. Thanks to Two Dog Mom for being a member, by the way. I appreciate that. Thanks you guys for staying with it, staying with the broadcast as I ate. Now I have eaten. So J.D. Vance is on the way to Switzerland. I saw reported that the Prime Minister of Pakistan is now in Switzerland. The Iranian delegation is in Switzerland. J.D. Vance is heading there. Probably he'll get there in about 6 hours or so. For the talks, yes, Swiss talks, as David Joe Klotz says. The talks coming up. What's going to happen at the talks? Will they make progress? And I saw something. Los Gatos de Wilson thinks it'll be 6 to 7 hours. Right now, the current time is, what is it, 1:22 in Switzerland right now? I think it's a 6-hour difference there. 1:22 a.m. Swiss time, guys. There's a Washington Post has an article about the talks. Chaotic run-up to U.S.-Iran talks signals steep hurdles ahead. Is Israel behaving? Well, there for hours now, no new fighting in Lebanon for hours now. Iranian and American negotiators gave themselves a 60-day sprint to go from a loosely defined memorandum of understanding to a full-fledged final peace accord. Make that 59 days. The chaos that has ensued in spite of the ticking clock makes clear how much uncertainty remains before the war is finally resolved, along with other complex issues, including the future of Iran's nuclear program. The immense challenges were underscored today when Iran's military said it was closing the Strait of Hormuz in response to Israeli strikes on Lebanon. The Iranian military's statement came after stranded vessels had cautiously begun to transit the strait. Scores of diplomats, journalists, and activists gathered in Zurich on Friday for the kickoff of the next phase. There was expected to be a signing ceremony. This was on Friday, remember. There was expected on Friday to be a signing ceremony with J.D. Vance, Iranian Foreign Minister IRGC, followed by negotiating teams settling in at Bergenstock, a Swiss resort that is a familiar setting for this kind of diplomacy. Iran initially called off its delegation, citing Israeli attacks in southern Lebanon. But hours later, Iranian state media had reported a high-level Iranian team had departed for Switzerland. Vance was also en route. So yeah, the signing ceremony never happened. There was going to be some talks earlier this week. That never happened with the signing ceremony. That was supposed to start on Friday, but it looks like it's going to start on Sunday, Switzerland time. Mediators and analysts say neither Washington nor Tehran wants the peace process to collapse completely, says the Washington Post. The White House has made clear its priority is to open the Strait of Hormuz and get oil tankers moving. And Iran, while willing to champion Hezbollah as talks get underway, is unlikely to walk away completely from a deal that lifts sanctions, leaves its leadership intact, and promises billions in unfrozen assets. Now, this is something to keep in mind. The two sides also deeply distrust each other, leaving little confidence that the agreement will be upheld over the long term, even if they manage to agree on an implementation plan. Iran, in particular, sees Trump as the destroyer of other agreements it has reached with the West or was in the process of making. Aragchi, the foreign minister himself, was involved in talks here last winter in Switzerland that were reportedly making progress on limiting Iran's nuclear program. Days later, Trump abandoned those negotiations and ordered the bombing of Tehran, killing the Iranian supreme leader and many other senior officials. One expert that the Post talked to for this article, Ali Vaez, an Iran specialist at the International Crisis Group, said Iran sees this as a test of whether Trump is willing to rein in Netanyahu. Because at the end of the day, Netanyahu could start bombing Iran again 2 months from now, Vaez said. So we'll have to see. I don't know what's going to come out of these negotiations. And again, they have 60 days to negotiate. That can be extended too, I believe. So who knows what's going to happen? 60 days is a while. What is that? 8.5 weeks. I saw an interesting report while I was eating, by the way, too. Bloomberg reports that, hold on, I got to pull this up here. Give me a second here. I'm going to pull this up so I can see it. Hang on a moment here. Why is this not behaving? There we go. Let me just pull this up so I can see it. So Bloomberg reported that reports that Iran has resumed loading crude oil from Karg Island. They say Iran, for the first time in about 6 weeks, has started loading crude oil from the Karg Island export terminal. That's where most of its oil that it exports is loaded at. Karg Island is up here. Can I find it here? Karg Island, there. Karg Island. Ooh, we got some boats there. I don't know that we're seeing tankers there. Oh, we're seeing 2 tankers here. That's hours. That's 5 minutes ago. What's that? That's a crude oil tanker right there. That's a Chinese crude oil tanker, it looks like. Impalas. It says Chinese crew. Well, Chinese crew. Destination Iran. Flag of Sao Tome and Principe. So I don't know if it's technically Chinese. It's got a Chinese crew, it looks like. It came from China. Looks like it came from China and it arrived in Iran. But there's Karg Island there in on marine traffic, and what Bloomberg said is that for the first time in 6 weeks, Iran is loading crude at Karg Island. Iran also has. They say that Iran has already, in the last couple days, what did they say here? Iran has been able to move 20 million barrels of oil onto tankers that were anchored off the coast, off the port of Chabahar. And they say that there's a bunch of, Iran has been moving empty tankers into the Persian Gulf, including 3 of them moored at Karg. They say Impalas is one of them. That's an empty tanker, they say, Impalas. Then there's Stream. Then there's one called Lauren 2. That's Stream. That's an Iranian oil tanker. So they said that these are going to be loaded there. These 2 ships here, these 2 tankers, were seen crossing the Strait of Hormuz into the Persian Gulf on Thursday. Where's Lauren 2? Did that already leave? Lauren 2, crude oil tanker. View on live map. Past track. It's there? That can't be. That doesn't seem right. What date are we talking about here? That says June 15th. So that doesn't make any sense. June 17th? How could that be the right one? I don't know about that. That seems strange. Anyways, though, but Bloomberg is saying that Iran is loading tankers at Karg Island and is rapidly into selling a bunch of oil, basically. Getting a bunch of oil onto tankers and shipped out. They say, Bloomberg says that there, with at least 20 tankers of various sizes anchored east of Karg, Iran likely has plenty more crude ready to ship out of the Gulf. So with the Memorandum of Understanding, they're allowed to ship the oil out now. Wall Street says easy money. Rick W. thinks Trump wants that island. Jim Aconius thinks Iran is getting paid full price for that oil. Yeah, so I don't know exactly, but I believe the idea is that when they were under sanctions, the buyers could pay less because Iran couldn't sell it to many buyers. But I believe the sanctions have been temporarily lifted. I believe they can sell it to who they want now. I think if that's the case, then there would be more buyers available. So there wouldn't be that discount. I'm not positive that that's what's happening, but it very well might be what's happening. Melissa Terry says, we could seize it right since the strait is closed again. Well, the U.S. says technically the strait is open again. The U.S. is saying the strait is open and that Iran is not blocking it. So who knows what will happen? I mean, again, Iran said the strait is closed. There's no evidence that they've enforced that at this point. It would be a big deal if they started, say, attacking ships. But I don't know, at a certain point, if even just them saying it's closed, there might be a bunch of ships who just don't go through. I mean, Bloomberg, for example, said that where is it here? That international shippers with vessels stuck in the Persian Gulf have been reluctant to go through the Strait of Hormuz because they want to make sure it's safe to do that. Our viewer, the Ringa, thinks that Trump wants gas prices down by the 4th. So we'll have to see what comes out of these talks. I have no idea. It does seem for the moment, though, that things have for hours settled down in southern Lebanon. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought Prime Minister of Pakistan had arrived in Switzerland, but he is, according to Iranian state media, the Pakistani Prime Minister has left for Switzerland, is heading there now. Lemmy Kilmster thinks Iran holds all the cards? Yes, as Bill says, CENTCOM claimed that 55 ships went through in the past day. I don't know if that number is going to be the same the next day after Iran says it's closed. We'll have to see. Just Ducky says, open, closed, open, closed. It's like watching a tennis match. Thanks, Kendra Fox, for your support on Twitch. Here's some reporting from AP. Look, on the talks. U.S. and Iran to talk Sunday in Switzerland as Tehran says it closed Strait of Hormuz again. Hey, look, that is Iranian Foreign Minister IRGC arriving at the Bergenstock Resort in Switzerland early Sunday. Foreign Minister IRGC. AP says U.S. and Iranian negotiators headed to a Swiss venue Saturday for talks on adding key details to their interim agreement to halt the war. Hours after Tehran said it closed the Strait of Hormuz because of Israel's attacks in Lebanon and warned that little might be achieved if the fighting doesn't stop. President Trump, in response, unleashed a new threat to impose American tolls in the crucial waterway if a final deal with Iran isn't reached in 60 days, saying the money would be for services rendered as a guardian angel for the countries of the Middle East. I mean, the big thing I think that Trump said is he claimed that Iran will never charge tolls, even after the 60 days. Vice President Vance left for Switzerland Saturday. That already happened. Just as Iranian state TV posted video showing Iran's negotiators arriving there. They're led by Parliament Speaker Ghalibaf and Foreign Minister Aragchi. Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and Army Chief Field Marshal Asim Munir also left for Switzerland late Saturday. Talks were meant to start Friday, but the Iranians canceled plans to attend because of escalating fighting in Lebanon. Negotiators for the U.S. and Qatar, with help from Iran, worked out an agreement between Israel and Hezbollah to tamp down hostilities. Vance told reporters he would be in Switzerland for a day or two, but was optimistic about making progress in talks about Iran's nuclear program and on a ceasefire in southern Lebanon. Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff are already there in Switzerland for the U.S. Here's another picture of the Iranian foreign minister. Oh, no, it's both Aragchi and Ghalibaf. This is at the Bergenstock Resort in Iran where the talks are going to be. That's the foreign minister Aragchi, and that's Speaker of the Iranian Parliament Ghalibaf. They're both there. Cyber Dude said, did they bring extra suitcases for the money? And then here's J.D. Vance as he was leaving today. Texas says every time Iran opens its mouth, it's a lie. Horrible Gameplay thinks Israel will never tamp down hostilities. They've already said this almost every day. Is there anything, like any chance that things kind of just settle down until the talks begin? I don't know. Will they be in the same room? Says Run For It. That's a good question. I don't know if they'll be in the same room as the Americans. By the way, I have something here. Hold on. Regarding Keir Starmer, real quick, I want to just mention this. There's reports floating around he could resign soon. I did see this. Report says UK Prime Minister Starmer ready to quit, but source says he is still focused on the job. So in theory, he would quit and then he would be replaced as the leader of the Labour Party. So you're not going to have a new nationwide election because of this. They would replace their leader. Britain's Observer newspaper said Prime Minister Keir Starmer was expected to resign on Monday and set out a timetable for his departure, though a government source said Starmer remained focused on getting on with the job of governing. The threat to Starmer's position, which has been building for months, increased sharply on Friday when his rival Andy Burnham won a seat in Parliament that would allow him to launch a formal leadership challenge. The Observer report said Starmer was discussing the matter with his wife at his Chequers country residence before making a final decision, but that senior Labour figures expected a clear statement on his future as early as Monday. Starmer said on Friday he would fight any challenge to his leadership and urged Labour not to tear itself apart with infighting. His popularity has plummeted, says Reuters. He has become, after his election win in 2024, he has become deeply unpopular after a series of scandals and policy U-turns that have given many voters an overall impression that he cannot deliver the improvement to their standards of living that he promised. If he were to quit or to be ousted, it would mean the country installing its 7th prime minister in just over a decade, the highest turnover in nearly 2 centuries, reflective of anger at successive governments' failures to improve public services and tackle issues like illegal immigration. More than 100 elected lawmakers in Starmer's own party, roughly a quarter of all of Labour representatives in the House of Commons, have publicly said they want him to quit or set out a timetable for his exit. Andy Burnham, a 56-year-old career politician, is seen by many in the Labour Party as the most likely successor, whether through a negotiated transfer of power or a formal leadership conference. He was, until recently, the mayor of Greater Manchester. So we'll be keeping an eye on that as well. Maybe we'll even covering that if I find out where it's going to be, or when it's going to be. Ooh, there's an update from we got an update from the Institute for the Study of War. See what they have to say about the Iran situation. I'll post a link to this in the chat. Understandingwar.org. An Iranian negotiating delegation arrived in Switzerland today to discuss the implementation of the U.S.-Iran Memorandum of Understanding with U.S. negotiators. Iran will likely use these talks to try to pressure the U.S. to compel Israel to cease military operations against Hezbollah in Lebanon, who Iran supports. It is unclear if Iran's negotiating delegation will discuss the Iranian nuclear program in Switzerland. Wow. The Iranian delegation will likely use Iran's renewed closure of the Strait of Hormuz as leverage in the talks to try to pressure the U.S. to compel Israel to halt operations against Hezbollah in Lebanon. Iran likely calculates that it can use the strait as a tool to put greater economic pressure on the U.S. to meet Iranian demands. Israel and Hezbollah continued to launch attacks targeting each other despite a ceasefire on June 19th, but that hasn't gone on for several hours now. The IDF warned it is committed to the ceasefire, but will continue to forcefully strike Hezbollah if the group launches further attacks against Israeli forces. There are some indications of disagreements within the Iranian regime Regarding Iran's participation in talks, the Iranian regime has a vested interest in maintaining the negotiating process under the MOU because Iran is receiving economic relief such as sanctions waivers as part of the agreement. The composition of the Iranian negotiating delegation indicates that Iran intends to discuss economic relief components of the Memorandum of Understanding at the talks. Iran would almost certainly use any economic relief to try. This is interesting. Iran would almost certainly use any economic relief to try to reconstitute its defense and military capabilities and the axis of resistance, its allies in the region. Iran may also calculate that the U.S. would have less leverage to extract concessions from Iran on its nuclear program during the 60-day negotiations if Iran can front-load economic relief. Interesting. Will they even get to the nuclear issues in this set of talks? No idea. This is the map of the Strait of Hormuz from Institute for Study of War. The IRGC announced on June 20th that the Strait of Hormuz is closed due to continued Israeli operations against Hezbollah in Lebanon. You can see pre-war traffic moved through here, but Iran has mandated that if you want to go back back and forth through the strait, you need to do it closer to Iran. And this is IDF strikes and Hezbollah attacks in Lebanon between June 19th and June 20th. The IDF has struck over 300 Hezbollah targets and killed over 100 Hezbollah fighters in the past 2 days. They said Hezbollah has reportedly launched 147 rockets, 20 drones, and 9 anti-tank guided missiles at Israeli forces in southern Lebanon and into Israel the past 24 hours. I'll post a link to this so you can see those maps on your own if you want and read the report. Timodo once says, of course, Israel is messing this up. Jennifer Smith thinks Trump is stalling till November. By the way, shout out to Ruth and Haley Girl moderating over there on YouTube. Thank you so much. On Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, Matthew Kohai 3 and Sarah, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X, Paul Anderson, Kay Lowry Body, Darren Charlo on Facebook. Here's what I think I'm going to do. So I'm not seeing a lot updating at the moment. I'm not hearing anything new from Israel. It will be big news if there's Israel strike. If there's strikes in Lebanon, if there's new fighting between Israel and Hezbollah in the coming hours before the talks start, that'll be a huge deal. That could derail the talks. That's not going on right now. Yes, Iran has said it closed the Strait of Hormuz, but we're not hearing anything about Iran attacking any ships in the strait. So I don't know what practical effects that is having, and so we just don't know right now. But if they were to attack ships or something, that I could see that impacting the talks, or if there was some kind of hostilities in the strait between the U.S. and Iran. But that's not happening right now. Eddie Spaghetti thinks Vance will storm off in the middle of the negotiation just like Pakistan. Yeah, in terms of ships crossing, again, I cannot tell right now because a lot of times they cross at certain times of the day. So in the last 12 hours or so, there's been a few ships crossing, but we'll have to see. By tomorrow, we'll have a comparison of the day before and the day after and see what the numbers are like. So I was showing you this before, but this is like the last 12 hours, but not much has gone through. This is like the last 10 hours you'll see like right around now, which is as long as that's when Iran announced the closure. So you can see as we're going through, there's not that much going through. Some of this might be Iranian ships too, So we'll have to see what happens in the coming day with the traffic there. Hey, Jay Carlos, thanks from Europe. Jay Carlos, thank you from Portugal. Yeah, so not that much has gone through since Iran announced the closure about 10 hours ago. Not that much has gone through. At least on the scan on the tracker. Junkie Cat says, why is it closed again? Do they want us to bomb them again? I don't understand. They want Israel to stop attacking Lebanon and to pull their troops out of Lebanon. Stop attacking Hezbollah, who they support, Iran supports in Lebanon. And they want Israel to pull their troops out of Lebanon. Big Nasty says Israel doesn't have the right to defend itself in somebody else's country that they invaded. Yeah, Eat in Chicken says may turn off their transponder when they transit too. But if that's happening, then that's not what's supposed to be going on now is that it's just open and ships can have their tracking on and just go through. But we'll have to see how the numbers are in the coming day. So what I was saying is I'm not seeing much new with, what's going on no reports of fighting in Lebanon. We know J.D. Vance is on the way to Switzerland. Who knows? Maybe we'll do some late night or early morning negotiations coverage. I don't have a live stream yet from Switzerland, but we very well might eventually get one. I don't know if we're going to get one. But I don't have one now. Petulant Stevens says, Vance will solve this, I'm sure. Hold on a second. So, hold on a moment here. Yeah, so I was thinking of wrapping up this stream, and then if there's big news that's going to happen, big news happens, I can always come back on the air and bring you more coverage. So I'll be keeping an eye tonight on what's happening. But for the moment, it seems like we're just waiting for J.D. Vance to get to Switzerland. His flight we were tracking before, I don't believe it's currently I don't believe it's currently on flight radar, but I think it could show up there again when it's closer to Switzerland. Okay, so I really appreciate you guys. I don't know when Kerry. I don't know when the talks are going to start. Vance's plane will get there in like what 6 hours or something. Vance has been flying for 3.5 hours or so, and I think it takes about 8 or 9 hours to get there. And I don't know if they're going to take some. Are they going to go right to it, or are they going to take several hours and wait? He's going to get there in the morning Switzerland time, I think. So it's only about, I think, 2 a.m. Switzerland time right now. So don't know. But I really appreciate you guys being here for our coverage, and we will certainly keep you posted. I have no idea how this is going to all play out, and things could change at a moment's notice. So I'll keep an eye on things, and if there's big news, we can come back on there and do another stream, and maybe we'll do a late night stream depending on if negotiations start, or a morning stream. So I really appreciate it. If you'd like, subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. And I would suggest you turn on our notifications, because we have a notification system that'll send you a notification before we go live every time. Because I don't know, I can't tell you in advance when big news is going to happen. And that's a way you can avoid missing a stream or missing that we're covering breaking news. The notifications are free. Excuse me, we created our own system, but the mods will post a link to the notifications in the chat. You can also find the notifications link on Facebook and YouTube in the description of this broadcast. I really appreciate people. A lot of people have been sending me updates and writing in and sharing their comments and letting me read them on the air and sharing your questions. So thanks for participating in the chat. Michelle says, what would happen if Israel attacks Lebanon just after the U.S. transfers $24 billion to Iran? Well, I don't know about that specific. I don't know about any numbers of money that hasn't been settled yet. When all that might happen, but yeah, I mean, look, we were talking about this earlier. Iran says that as part of this agreement, the 60-day agreement, as part of the memorandum, they believe they said Israel needs to leave Lebanon, and we're not going to. The state media today said that, Iranian state media said the strait should be closed, even if the U.S. does everything else it promised, releases Iranian assets, lifts the blockade, gives them sanctions relief. They say that if the Israel forces remain in Lebanon, they say the strait should not be open. They've been saying this for months, that they see this as very, very important that Israel pulls out of Lebanon. So if there's new during this whole process, if there's new fighting between Israel and Lebanon, Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon, that could derail things. Also, maybe the U.S. and Iran sign some deal. Seems like this is what you're talking about. Maybe the U.S. and Iran sign another deal, but then there's more fighting in Lebanon. And at that point, does Iran say, "Hey, well, U.S., you're not keeping your promise to us, so we're not gonna go along with that deal we signed anymore"? I have no idea, but. Again, Israel is not a party to the negotiations, but the negotiations, the memo talks about what Israel has to do. So it's difficult if the situation relies so much on what's going on between Israel and Hezbollah, and Israel's not a part of the negotiations. C. Dave says Israel has a right to defend. So that's a whole other unknown here. Thanks, Michelle, for writing in. But I appreciate people watching and writing in and commenting, and so thank you for that. And also, again, I want to shout out our mods again. We just did, but I want to do it again. Ruth and Beth Mythical on YouTube and Haley Girl, thank you so much for modding over there. We could not have our chat rooms without our moderators. They are amazing. Awesome. Thank you. Big Ball of Yarn, Matthew, Kohai 3, and Sarah on Twitch, who are moderating there. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, and our Facebook mods too. Big thanks. Kay Lowry, Body, Paul Anderson. Thank you. And all of our other mods there. Thanks everybody for supporting the channel too. So nice of you guys. That's what allows this channel to exist, is your support. I think I thanked everybody. Oh, Kendra Fox. Thanks for all your support, Kendra Fox. That's so nice of you. And Louis R. and everybody else I thanked earlier. Thank you so much. And to repeat, look, I'll be keeping an eye on stuff. If there's big fighting that breaks out, but in Lebanon, I'm hoping there's not. But if there's more fighting that breaks out in Israel, between Israel and Hezbollah in the coming hours, I'm guessing I'll come back on and cover it, because that would be a huge deal. But we'll have to see. By the way, I will post updates about the news when I'm off the air on my X account, which is @Lookner. You can follow me over there @Lookner on X. I post breaking news there. And also, another good way to find out, if you're on X, another good way to find out when we're live, @Agenda Free TV. I always post there when we're going live. I post updates about the channel over there, @Agenda Free TV. Midtown Mike thinks I'll be good for 12 hours. That's when Midtown Mike thinks something is going to happen. Hey, also, we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not live. Our Agenda Free TV Discord chat. A bunch of our viewers like doing that. Check out the free Discord chat. It's the same link as the free notifications link. And big thanks to our Discord mods who moderate our Discord chat. Huge thanks to you, Discord mods. Also, for those watching on YouTube, I would suggest turn on the YouTube notifications. Another way to find out when we're live. To do that, what you need to do is this. Oops, I was going to show you what you need to do. If you want to turn on the YouTube notifications, you need to subscribe to the channel and then click the bell and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed on YouTube, make sure you have that bell checked and you've chosen all notifications so you get the notifications. Shout out to our Facebook subscribers who subscribe and support the channel. Oh, by the way, also thanks to Michael Fergal and Darren Charlo. I don't know if I mentioned them modding, along with Kay Lowry Body and Paul Anderson on Facebook. Thank you. Diane Allworth, thanks for subscribing over there. Sophie Coretta, Kay Lowry Body, Kristen McConnell Gates, and all of our other Facebook subscribers. Huge thanks. Our Twitch subscribers, Justin D. Winters, Hey, it's Rachel XO, Midtown Mike, Wall Street Shaggy, Uncle Fester, Grant 74P, Pre-Breakfast Banana, Hugh J. Thank you. All of our Twitch subscribers and our other Twitch subscribers as well, and our YouTube members, Eric Johnson, Dr. McRib, Evelyn in Maine, The Ringa X, CAC-A13, Cherry Cola, David Joe Klotz, Darcy Do That, J.K. Senar, Drew, DBC, the one and only Israel Bishop, Miss Link, Gregory Scherer, Benny Hill, Kerry Poteet. Thank you for being members. Cherry Cola, Eric Johnson. Thank you. All of our other viewers too. Dr. McRib, Angie C. But certainly we're in a situation where stuff could change at any time. So I'll be keeping a close eye on things. But maybe everything will stay chill until the talks. Sarah Smile, thanks for watching. Thanks, Brian Daviow, for watching. Kev's so fun on Twitch says it's like Iran is doing the okey cokey, straight open, straight shut, in out, shake it all about, crazy. Who knows what President Trump will post at any time either? Who knows? We could get some post from President Trump changing things. All right, guys. Midtown Mike says that's a wild card for his posts. Thanks, Chi-Town Bear, for subscribing too. So again, I really appreciate you guys tuning in for our update about the situation with Iran. Talks set for when J.D. Vance gets there at some point. He's going to get there in about 6 hours or so, I guess, 5-6 hours. And I don't know when they're going to start. So we could have talks coverage. Hold on a second here. So we could have talks coverage, and I'll be keeping an eye on that as well. Thanks, Chris N, for being a member as well. And Princess Kidda, thank you. We'll see. We'll see what time the talks happen. Hey, thanks also to our ex-viewers too. Thanks, ex-viewers. I'm going to do a last check and make sure I'm not missing something. You never know what's going to happen. Oh, remember the oil market opens back up at 6 p.m. Eastern on Sunday. Not open right now. And the futures markets will be open, stock futures tomorrow night. Very little change in Bitcoin, by the way, it looks like in the last day, just in case you're wondering, that's open. But it was 64,230 about 24 hours ago, and now it's 64,179. So it's about a 0.1% change in a day. Says tradingview.com. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on the Ukraine-Russia situation too. We're not going to talk about that right now, but if there's some kind of huge development there, we can do a stream on that too. I'm keeping an eye on that as well, definitely. Definitely. All right, for now, guys, I think we're going to wrap up this live stream. So again, huge thanks for being here. And I appreciate it. And we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.